I'm gonna blast off and I'm gonna get into it because obviously this, it's live already. All right, I got it. Thank you, Themasius. Thank you, everybody, for the link. Let's blast it. Let's blast off. Okay. Charlie Kirk Memorial is live. Watching Trump express grief later. Tom Homan got 50 racks and the Trump DOJ dropped the bribe investigation. Sunday, fun day later. Get in now. Okay. Do we have a blast off meme or what? Chatters. Service starts at noon. I ask for one day, you not jester today and watch the NFL today. You not jester and watch the NFL today. Okay. Explain the Charlie Kirk Memorial in Fortnite terms. Yeah, you know how like when MLK passed, Fortnite did an MLK thing? Well, not when MLK passed, but no, I'm not going to use that footage. But it's kind of like that, but not racist because MLK obviously was racist because he he cared about black people, which is racism. Whereas Charlie Kirk is the real anti-racist MLK because he wants to eradicate the real racism in American society, which is anti-white racism. You feel me? Guys, stop sending me this link. I'm not going to use this as a blast off me, man. That's insane. Y'all just want me to get killed, I think. Some of you in this community want me to literally get assassinated, okay? Like, that looks, not great if I post that. We don't want you to get killed, but the kissing bug does. Did the kissing bug get you before the right? What is the kissing bug? I don't even know what this is, but this is freaky, but I like it. All right, we'll use this one. This freaky ass one. Okay. You will fun react to this. You are legally certified foe and a fake socialist if you don't. Okay. Yeah, don't worry. I'm getting a lot of those. My For You page has changed dramatically as of late. I used to get mostly just like fun memes and whatnot, but as of late, I don't know what happened. My TikTok For You page algorithm dramatically changed as of late, and it's always like either liberals being like Hassan is a fake socialist and a real enemy to progress, or it's like straight up Nick Fuentes adjacent motherfuckers everywhere. It's really frustrating. What is happening? Why is my internet not working? Is my internet broken?
Spokesperson for Turning Point USA later clarified that this was a private security guard working for one of the attendees.
Oh, they're talking about the security guard. Is it Adblock? Is that what it is? Is Adblock cooking me right now? Yo, we stay prayed up. You already know. I'm Christian now, so obviously, as you guys know, I'm Christian. Are we dead ass right now? Please look at this artwork. I already posted this on my Instagram page. Let me explain something to you, okay? If you laugh at this, you are going to prison. I cannot explain to you how quickly you will go to jail. We are not laughing at this, okay? We are not laughing at this at all. We're actually saying that's the best artwork I've ever seen in my life. It made me cry real tears. I crowed. You cried. We cried. We crowed. Okay? It made me crowed. Also, there's additional updates about Charlie Kirk's assassination, which is insane. And I feel like it's probably one of the worst things that they could have actually revealed for all the gun guys. I assume that even people who didn't suspect some wrongdoing in this investigation, all the gun guys are now going to be like, that's the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my entire life. This has the workings of a false flag. That's right. Charlie Kirk's Turning Point USA bestie came out and said one of the most insane things I've ever heard. Okay, so they claim that the sniper rifle used was a hunting rifle. It was like an old school hunting rifle that uses like what is it called, 30 on 6? I don't know these things. I don't know the terminology. It's like 30-6, but I don't know how to say it. Okay. But it's a big bullet, 30-06. Okay, 30-06. It's a big bullet. I know that it's a big bullet. I knew that at least. Okay, I know that. I know that it's a big bullet because from what I understand, it's used for mid to big game, right? It's supposed to just drop it. Like you could take out a moose with that shit. You go. It's a big boy. You go for like elk, moose. It's not for like you. Like if you shot like a squirrel with that, you would explode it. Okay, so because of that, a lot of people were like, either this is not the weapon that was used, or this is not the bullet that was used, because there would be an exit wound and that white tent would have turned into a red tent, right? Like there's no exit wound and therefore it's got to be a different gun, right? Or there's just something that's not quite right. It's a popular deer round gun and was used in the M1 Garand. So the thing is, yeah, it was a standard American rifle round during World War II, but they obviously went for smaller rounds once they started. They went for smaller rounds because they had machine guns afterwards. But it's just like it's got a lot of stopping power, and basically something just doesn't add up with what they were saying. And in an effort to, I guess, stop the confusion, considering that Candace Owens has been asking a lot of questions and like claiming that this is actually, claiming that this is Israel, all this stuff. People were trying to quiet down the discontent. Okay. Now, even as a not gun guy, I thought maybe the bullet somehow got just penetrated his body and got stuck in there somewhere, just like blew up his bones or something, right? But they came out with a statement. They came out with a statement from his bestie, not his bestie, like Andrew Korvat or whatever. Does anyone have that actual Twitter link? Because he came out and made this release. Okay, the way you explain this shit is so fucking funny. It's just because I'm not a gun guy. I'm not like the most aware of the gun stuff, but I follow a lot of gun guys. And for the record, gun guys are not even in any way, shape, or form taking this. Okay, they are not. They saw this. Andrew Colvin comes out. Okay, Christian, proud husband and father, TPUSA spokesman, comes out and says, I want to address some of the discussion about the lack of an exit wound with Charlie. I'm usually not interested in delving into most of this kind of online chatter, and I apologize. This is somewhat graphic, but in this case, the fact that there wasn't an exit wound is probably another miracle, and I want people to know. I just spoke with a surgeon who worked on Charlie in the hospital. He said the bullet absolutely should have gone through, which is very normal for a high-powered, high-velocity round. I've seen wounds from this caliber many times, and they always just go through everything. This would have taken a moose or two down, an elk, etc. But it didn't go through. Charlie's body stopped it. I mentioned this to the doctor, that there were dozens of staff, students, and special guests standing directly behind Charlie on the other side of the tent. He replied, it was an absolute miracle that someone else didn't get killed. His bone was so healthy and the density was so impressive that he's like the man of steel. It should have just gone through and through. It likely would have killed those standing behind him too. In the end, the coroner did find the bullet just beneath the skin. Even in death, Charlie managed to save the lives of those around him. Remarkable, miraculous. Okay. In the most charitable interpretation here, let's just say there is a little bit of embellishment, okay? Because the least charitable interpretation is all of this is a lie and it wasn't a 30-06 and it was a totally separate guy, and now you're looking at like a second shooter theory or whatever, right? That's the least charitable interpretation. The most charitable interpretation of this assessment is that he's just like greatly exaggerating, and I don't know. I just don't. I don't know what could have actually happened, but I will say if it's a 30-06, it does. I guess the most charitable interpretation is that his body did stop the bullet somehow. Okay. And it didn't have an exit wound because it like snapped on his spine or something. But the fact that he also claims that it just barely scratched the surface, like it just only hit his neck, and they found it right underneath his skin, like just beneath his skin, that does not make sense. That just simply did not happen. And I'm not the only one who's not buying it. It seems Alex Jones is not buying it either. TPUSA is now reporting that Charlie Kirk was shot by a magic bullet. TPUSA spokesman Andrew Colvin is now officially claiming that a high caliber rifle designed for moose hunting did not shoot all the way through Charlie Kirk's neck. Then it only gets worse. He then goes on to claim that no bullet was found inside of Charlie's neck. TPUSA in the statement below goes on to say that Charlie, wait, I don't know why he says no bullet was found in his neck. He did say that. Does Alex Jones not know how to read? TPUSA in the statement below goes on to say that Charlie was Superman, and that's why the bullet didn't go through his neck and disappeared, claiming that the Easter Bunny is real, has more credibility. God help us. Oh my God, he was so angry to make a car video that he just forgot how to read.
Okay. I've been telling everybody, wait till we have evidence of an inside job or a cover-up. That's all I've been saying. We know Andy was out killing people, Tranifa, all that's a real deal. But now, I can't believe this. The spokesperson for TPUSA just posted 2 hours ago.
Bro, whether he's driving 40 miles down the freeway or in a parking lot, you know he's going to keep swapping hands. I know that this is not relevant to the conversation, but I do think that he has a style guide in the way that he does these car videos, and he loves swapping hands.
That they talked to the coroner, and that Charlie Kirk was shot with a 30-06 in the left side of his neck, the carotid artery, and that he's a man of steel, and that the bones in his neck that are like chicken bones stopped a bullet that travels 2,500 feet a second out of the barrel at 200 yards, depending on the grain of the cartridge and the rest of it. Probably hit him at 1,900 feet per second. I've shot hogs at 500 yards, 30-06, right to the side. Tiny hole, blows a 4-inch hole out the other side. We're talking through 2 feet of a hog. Boom. Hit him in the head, brain completely blows out. They just said he got shot with a 30-06 and that it didn't go through, and it gets better. I'll post this on top of his tweet, that they didn't find a bullet. He says he talked to the coroner. This is a spokesperson.
They did, though. Like, the tweet does say they found the bullet. They just found the bullet under the skin. Leave it up to Alex Jones to look at a situation where it's like perfectly ready for a conspiracy to fuck it up somehow still. My man is missed a step, dude. He is no longer the man he used to be. This is not the same Alex Jones that in the morning of 9/11 was like, Israel did this. I know Israel did this. I know it in my heart.
For TPUSA. So I don't jump on things till I have evidence.
Once again, also not true. Literally 9/11, the day it was happening, Alex Jones went on television and said, it was Israel. I know it was Israel. So the idea that he doesn't actually jump on loose threads is crazy. Bro, he did not say that. Come on. Wait, what? It's one of his most famous moments. What are you talking about? That's peak Alex Jones. What? Are you kidding me? That is one of Alex Jones's most famous moments, up there with like black attack helicopters and FEMA facilities. Obama smells like sulfur. You're talking to a A. Jones super fan though. Like, they're turning the freaking frogs gay. That's another classic.
And I talked to the White House 2 days ago, high-level sources. They said, no, the cover-up's on. All the accomplices, the Tranifa people, 6 of them that were online the day before said he'll be dead tomorrow. They're not investigating it. They've been told lone gunman and shut it down. So I'm not eating crow here. I never said it could have not been a false flag or a setup. I just simply said, when I see evidence, I'll cover it. And I certainly couldn't, before his body was cold, say Israel did it with no evidence. Israel was definitely.
Bro, it is pretty wild that Mr. Every school shooting that takes place is a psyop so that the libtard Bilderberg group wokes can take away your guns, looked at a high-profile assassination of a friend and immediately didn't rush to those conclusions. Like, that's why I'm like so suspicious about these guys, like the Nick Fuentes of the world and the Alex Jones of the world. Because like, when is it not Israel for these dudes? You know what I mean? Like, for many of these guys, it's always the Jews for everything. So the one time it happens, you're like, actually, this time it's not. Like, it doesn't make any sense to me at all. Like, I'm the guy who says, yeah, hold on, maybe it's not Israel. Not these guys. It just shocked me to my core, you know?
Pissed off at him and does stuff like that, so maybe Israel did it. But I will not sit there until I have evidence. But now we have, this is retarded, people.
He's red for an amazing reason. Dan Henschel.
I mean, I shot a buffalo with a 308. That's weaker than a 30-06, but similar round. The bullet went through a bull buffalo. More reports coming on this, folks. We're being lied to. This is a cover-up.
Apparently, he also added a correction.
All right, about an hour ago, while I was literally driving, I saw reports that Andrew Colvett, the main official spokesperson
He got
for
update.
TV
He's got
USA, who I
update.
met before, who's a great guy, the Liberty movement for over a decade, had said that he talked to the coroner, and he's called me. I'm about to call him, so I'll give an update, and that Charlie was shot from the front in the left with 30-06, as we've been told, and that he was a man of steel, they said, and it bounced off the neck bones, and I misread the report saying that they didn't find the bullet. No, they said they found the bullet, which is even more insane. So I'm not demonizing TPUSA or Andrew or anybody. That's what they're being told by the coroner. But I'm not a sniper. I'm not a Delta Force guy. I'm not a Navy SEAL. But I've shot hundreds of wild hogs, hundreds of deer. Been hunting. First year I shot was when I was 6 years old. And I know, and I've shot a lot of stuff with 30-06, 300 Wet mags, you name it. These are high-power rifle rounds that come out at over 2,000 feet per second, 200 yards, probably going 1,800 feet per second. It doesn't bounce off things. It goes right through things. And if it hits just flesh or even gelatin in those tests they do in shooting or a wet phone book, it opens up in flesh like this. And if it hits a bone, it explodes and pieces go everywhere. So the idea, it's even more insane, because I got part of it right, that they say it didn't go through the neck. That's official. I've now read the statement, not just the press reports got it wrong. So I had that part wrong. But I got it right that it went.
Dog, you didn't even get the press reports that were wrong. You got the immediate tweet that you were quote retweeting wrong. Because the immediate tweet that you were quote retweeting literally said that the bullet was recovered just off the neck. And it just only pierced the skin. The bullet was just beneath the skin.
In and didn't go out the back, they're claiming from the coroner, according to the TPUSA spokesperson that talked to the coroner, and that it was found under the skin, like it was a BB gun or something. I mean, ladies and gentlemen, you can shoot an old refrigerator or an old truck or whatever with a 30-06, and it'll shoot through usually both sides of the doors right through the whole truck. I mean, wow. Anybody that's been a shooter knows that. So I'm not some ballistics expert, none of that stuff. But I've shot elk at 500 yards and the bullet goes all the way through. Very rarely does a high-powered rifle not even go through. A small hole on one side and a huge 4-inch hole in the other. So, and if it's a bone, it just explodes. And I've butchered deer, you name it, you see where it's a bone, it just goes everywhere, and there's pieces of bullet everywhere. And it still blows out the other side, pieces of it. So I'm not saying TPUSA is bad. They're not the coroner. I'm just saying what this coroner is saying, that a 30-06 bullet goes in. That's even more insane. Didn't find the bullet. I was wrong about that. No, right under the surface. It just, man of steel, titanium neck, all of this.
I guess technically they didn't say which skin they found the bullet in. You know what I mean? Like they implied that it was like right at the skin of his neck, but maybe they found it in another part of his body just beneath the skin. Who knows? It bounced around.
I know Trantifa's out there. I know they're attacking. I know the left, the Podesta plan wants all this terror. But I saw no evidence of Israel involved still happening.
I know Trantifa's out there. It's still Trantifa, but it's also maybe Israel. I got a new theory. Israel is working alongside Trantifa.
Any of this. But I am seeing this now. This is crazy. So I'm going to call Andrew and talk to him, and I'll give you an update on that. And it's just what he's being told, so don't blame him. But this is crazy. Absolutely crazy. I'll give you updates as it unfolds. Even crazier than not finding the bullet.
Did he unironically say Trantifa? No, that is the meta now. I need you to understand. That is the thing that they believe is happening, okay? They think it's not enough that we got Antifa, but they're also transgender, okay? That is low-key what this admin is pushing for. That is the new meta from this admin. And that is, of course, the new meta, not only from this admin, but also all of the loyal servants, the propagandists, the mouthpieces for the administration, Alex Jones and everyone else alike.
Is that it was there intact, like on the stretcher when Kennedy got shot, the magic bullet. No. If it hit a bone, like they say, and bounced off, it would have shattered and not been some hole in the front. It'd have been a huge, when it shattered, completely gone out. Tell me if I'm wrong. I hope I'm wrong. I don't see how I'm wrong.
Anyway, so just the reason why I started off with this is because, and before people go, why are you, because I'm seeing a lot of people in the chat go, why are you bringing this up? Who cares about the bullet or whatever? Well, one, it's relevant to figuring out exactly what took place. Obviously, it's relevant to the investigation. It's relevant to the official narrative. But it's also something that right-wingers will absolutely care about. Do you see what I mean? It's absolutely something that right-wingers find to be very relevant and very important, specifically because they know about this stuff a lot better than people on the left do. Sure, people on the left like their guns too, liberals like their guns too, but like the right does have kind of a monopoly status on gun tuber shit, right? So you got a lot of people who are hearing this official narrative come out and going, it ain't for me. That's not. I can totally see a lot of gun tubers and a lot of right wingers, like gun guys, looking at this stuff and being like, this actually made me even more suspicious than I was before. I know that I guess, like, especially among Christians, like this whole Charlie was an exceptional human being and therefore his neck bones were like way stronger than the average person's or whatever. It might be able to convince some people, but I think all the gun sexuals are going to look at that and go, there is no way. Especially because they do have a proclivity towards conspiratorial narratives anyway. Like a grand narrative is something that these guys do like. So I can see that. I can see a lot of like ex-military guys and a lot of ammosexuals, gun sexuals looking at this and being like, nope. Here's what a 30-06 does to a ballistic shell head, by the way.
So today on Dual Liberty Firearms, we're going to be showing you what a 30-06.
Yeah, look, a lot of guys that make videos like this are going to be like, nope. That is one of the most insane things, dude. Like that is, can we even, dude, it turns into mist, brother. It turns into mist. Now, I don't know what the range is here. No, they didn't blur it. It's not that it's blurred. It's that it blows up so hard that it splashes on the fucking cameras. Yeah, look, see? Gun tubers are testing out the ballistic theories, which again, this isn't even a gel, so this one kind of sucks. I'm gonna be honest. Ballistic gel ones are my favorite. Like on the live fire demonstrations. Also, this is a child. That's crazy. Why do you have a child doll that you can shoot at any given moment? That's odd. Yeah. If you don't have a ballistic gel dummy, I don't want to see it. Those things are like $3,000, but you will absolutely get that back on the AdSense. Okay. I guess this is the IDF training facility that they're shooting this video at. Bro. This is the IDF training facility, bro. That's gotta be it, mate. Hello. I am from Israel. I love guns from Israel. And this is my gun tuber show. Of course, we do not have adult targets. We only have the child Hamas terrorist target. I am a gun tuber from Israel, and this is my art. But yeah, bro, look, that's what a 30-06 does to a brain, okay, to a head. Why aren't they arresting this person? He's definitely too sick to have guns. Chatter, what are you talking about? If they were to stop people who are sick in the head from owning guns, that would eradicate like most of the people that own guns. This is America, goddammit. If your head is made of jello, dog, what are you talking about? This is a literal $5,000 incredibly realistic ballistic gel head. Your head is literally made of the components that this is made of. You understand? The entire purpose of this is to test out what it looks like. This shit's like $5,000, brother. This is a 1-to-1 to a real human head. Okay. It is to replicate what would happen with different types of bullets. Like, it's for this purpose. I know how expensive it is because I wanted to get one to do the whole like will it cut, will it kill thing after I blacksmithed my I did the blacksmith thing. That's why I know how expensive it is. It's expensive as fuck. Yeah, even medical experts use it so they understand. Should I have knowledge of one of these? If you watch like this is, people use this for forensics, people use it on TV shows and stuff, but this is a 1-to-1 comparison to a human body, a human mind. So yes, you are Jello technically. You are more Jello than man, or you are a man made of Jello. If you didn't know that. It's just kind of held together, okay? And if you are Christian, you become clothes, as we know, as we learned yesterday from Left Behind. Anyway, FBI Director Kash Patel has also seen your concerns. He's heard your concerns. As the director of the FBI, I am committed to ensuring the investigation into Charlie Kirk's assassination is thorough and exhaustive, pursuing every lead to its conclusion. The full weight of America's law enforcement agencies are actively following the evidence that has emerged, but our efforts extend beyond the initial findings. We are examining every facet of this assassination. We are meticulously investigating theories and questions, including the location from where the shot was taken, the possibility of accomplices, the text message confession, and related conversations, Discord chats, the angle of the shot and the bullet impact, how the weapon was transported, hand gestures observed as potential signals near Charlie at the time of his assassination. This is a implication that his security team might have been on it. That is a crazy thing for the FBI director to lean into, by the way. Oh my God. Oh my God. Podcast administration. I can't believe it. This guy never stops posting. He doesn't realize that when you are not a fucking podcaster, but instead the director of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, you have additional obligations. When you actually come out and state that you were actually there at the scene of the crime immediately, and that you were actually there gathering intelligence and whatever, like Kash Patel did on Fox News, he doesn't realize that that actually taints the investigation, and a competent defense attorney could basically strike some of that evidence that they compiled from the court case. The way they can do that is because you have admitted that you are a biased investigator. You are supposed to either recuse yourself or not talk about your personal relationship with the fucking victim. Okay? I need you guys to understand. I know that a court system is like kind of cooked, but they did this with Luigi as well. Okay? There was a tremendous amount of influencing that took place prior to the actual court case. You can't do that. I don't know why these fucking morons keep doing stuff like this. They just keep getting ahead of themselves, okay? You cannot taint the jury pool by demonstrating your bias ahead of time in the way that they did in the Luigi Mangione case. And that's part of the reason why I think like the defense team for Luigi Mangione is able to strike some of the charges like they did with the terrorism charge. Like I don't think that it'll be a mistrial, even though if it wasn't such a high profile case, it probably could be a mistrial. You could probably push for that. Obviously, Luigi Mangione, it's not going to fucking happen. But even then, Kash Patel coming out and being like, the victim was my personal best friend, and I was there touching the evidence. When you say that, any competent defense team is going to look at that and be like, do you hear this? Your Honor, the official investigator at the scene of the crime has admitted that he is personally a close friend to the victim. How could you possibly use this as evidence? How am I supposed to assume that this is a fair investigation done by competent people? And he hasn't stopped. He has not stopped. He has to be the main guy involved in this because I feel like he senses that his job is on the line now. He feels a sense of imminent threat coming from a lot of right-wingers because these guys don't actually care about doing a meticulous investigation, but instead they care more about ass covering. Instead, this is like the most podcast adjacent administration. So he's basically behaving like a fucking podcaster, not realizing that you're not a podcaster. You're the director of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, my man. So he's still doing this shit. He's like, oh, we're looking at all of the angles, hand gestures observed as potential signals near Charlie at the time of the assassination, and visitors of the alleged shooter's residence in the hours and days leading up to September 10th, 2025. Some details are known today, while others are still being pursued to ensure every possibility is considered. Our primary focus is to complete the investigation and deliver justice and protect the integrity of the investigation and subsequent prosecution. We cannot release every piece of information we have to the public right now. We will ensure every question is addressed at the appropriate moment. Regarding specific details such as questions about the plane that allegedly turned off its transponder after departing from an airport near the assassination site, we can share updates when the answers are confirmed. After interviews with the pilot in consultation with the FAA, we determined that the transponder was not turned off. Incomplete flight data in rural areas caused the apparent gap. I called this, by the way. I do believe this part. The entire FBI mourns the loss of Charlie Kirk. We will not rest until justice is served, and our investigation into this assassination will continue until every question is answered. I have a lot of plane autists that I went to when I heard the private jet thing, and they told me, including Austin, and numerous other plane autists that I went to, that said the ADB thing is like there is dead zones all around rural parts of the country, and that the flight radar is always incomplete regardless. So I will say, though, if you actually cared about Charlie Kirk, if you truly were like saddened by Charlie Kirk's untimely demise, you would do everything in your power to shut the fuck up and do a competent investigation. But instead, everyone is chirping. Instead, everyone is just like constantly talking. They can't stop. This is the only thing they know how to do. And it turns out the best possible thing you could have expected in this moment was having a bunch of right-wingers who are also closely associated with Charlie Kirk come out and be first to market and start hammering conspiracy narratives that actually ruined the messaging discipline that was supposed to come from the administration. This was supposed to be the Trantifa assassination, but Candace Owens and Tucker Carlson and numerous other right-wingers had different plans. They immediately ran with the Israel did this 100p. It was definitely Israel narratives, and it totally cooked, totally botched the singular message that the admin wanted to put out there, especially in this new information environment where people clearly care more about misinformation than they care about like critical thinking, critical examination, trying to uncover what the truth is. We have arrived at this shit show where conservatives overall are very malleable. Okay? What's the memorial looking like right now is here. This is what's happening. But like this stuff is probably really boring, and I'm not going to tune in until we get to like the real juice.
It's not a thing that has being. The assassin must give up his humanity to destroy something that has being.
Yeah, it's just like it's a confirmation bias above all. It's not even just that. I'm telling you, these guys unironically would rather believe like fake news than any sort of like critical information that any sort of critical examination of like real information. They are more susceptible. I think that's part of the reason why they immediately believed when liberals rushed to be first to market and claimed that this guy was definitely MAGA. They low-key believed it. And then they got mad that they believed it. And then they started pushing back. Like nobody wanted to just do what I do every single time when things like this happen, where you go, let's just sit and wait. Let's wait for more information. I'm actually so excited for Trump to speak. It's like I'm at Live Aid. Any other Hasanabi heads in the Glendale? Any other Hasanabi heads here in Glendale at the arena? Connor Eats Pants. Connor Eats Pants is our inside guy. He's there. He's tuning in live right now. He's surrounded by like-minded individuals, you know? But yeah, here it is. Trump advanced to speak at the Charlie Kirk Memorial. Obviously, yesterday we covered that they already had like 2 hog incidents. Like I said, this is a mass hog event. Okay? This is the hog Hodge, if you will. Hogs have come from all around the country and are at Glendale, Arizona for this event.
This morning, security preps in high gear as nearly 100,000 people are expected to descend on State Farm Stadium for the public memorial service of Charlie Kirk. The 31-year-old rose to fame as a conservative voice and debater. He was fatally shot while at an event earlier this month at Utah Valley University. Homeland Security designating the memorial as a SEER Level 1 event, the highest security designation. President Donald Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance are expected to speak, with other high-level cabinet members in attendance. Also expected to speak is Charlie Kirk's widow, Erica.
When folks enter this facility, we're talking about the highest level of security possible. They're going to be going through metal detectors. They're going to be wanded.
Federal officials say they are tracking several potential threats of unknown credibility against those planning to attend. Lone offenders remain the top threat, with concerns about domestic extremists and foreign terror organizations.
Authorities are monitoring thousands of cameras on the ground and in the air all around the stadium.
Oh God,
this as people visit from all over the country to pay their respects.
I think it's important to, in honoring Charlie Kirk's legacy, support free speech and support the right to be able to speak openly without fear of violence.
As authorities work to keep the stadium as safe as possible, we are learning more about 42-year-old Joshua Runkle.
Dog, as soon as I heard, before I even saw the man, as soon as I heard that they had apprehended a guy with guns on him, walking around the arena, what did I tell you? As soon as I heard that, I was like, nope, that's a hog. That's one of their boys, okay? Turns out it, as a matter of fact, was one of their boys. He was, I think he's former law enforcement, and he was there to do actual security. What I thought was he was LARPing as a security guy. I thought he was taking matters into his own hands, okay? Turns out he's not.
So the FBI is all.
He's not taking matters into his own hands. He was actually there, apparently. Slasher is right wing now? That's funny. Yeah, no, that's not Slasher. Calm down now. Bro, your late show is going to be canceled? Yeah.
Who police say was arrested on site with a gun on Friday. He was charged with impersonating a law enforcement officer and carrying a weapon into a prohibited place after the Secret Service claimed he was exhibiting suspicious behavior. Event organizers for Turning Point USA now saying he was doing advanced security for a known guest, and we do not believe this person was attempting anything nefarious.
Given the political
Yeah, he was like, that's one of ours. That's one of our good old boys. My bad. My mistake, sir. That's some of that good old hog on hog violence.
nature of this event, authorities have created free speech zones around the stadium for opposition to speak their mind as long as they are not breaking the law. Rhiannon.
All right, our thanks to Jacqueline Lee there. You can catch the memorial service for Charlie Kirk later this morning streaming on ABC News Live.
Bro, this is giving state television, by the way. Okay? Every channel is doing wall-to-wall coverage on the memorial. Okay? Every channel is. Boldly, and it's funny because, like, it's happening on NFL Sunday, so I don't think a single fucking normie is tuning into it. I'm sorry. I do not think you lose your normie status. I mean, so are you. I am not a normie. I'm not. I'm a brain poisoned socialist political commentator who doesn't watch or understand a lick of football, dog. The fuck you mean? Do you think I'm the target audience for this? No. This is supposed to be the guys who, instead of watching football, are supposed to be tuning into this and feeling a sense of passion and anger and resentment. Oh my God, you got this on Sky News, brother. You got this on Sky News. Even the vassal states are tuning in. That's awesome. He's saying you're giving state television too. Yeah, I mean, I'm obviously not just watching this. I'm just doing my regular broadcast. I just don't think, I do not believe that anyone, like the intended audience for this from the state is like all the normies, right? And I just don't think the normies are tuning into this at all. I think that they're just going to maybe watch whatever insane shit Trump says today later on Monday. I don't think that they're doing that today. I don't think that they're locked in on this. They're watching NFL football.
Oh my goodness. Charlie's having some serious heavenly FOMO right now. Look at this. You have no idea how much Charlie Kirk wants a bullhorn down here right now. He always said to me, if we can just figure out how to bring the Holy Spirit into a Trump rally, I think you've done it. My name is Tyler Boyer. I was the CEO of Turning Point USA and now the CEO of Turning Point Action. You may know me from the Charlie Kirk Show or our weekly podcast, Thought Crime, with Charlie, Jack, Blake, and Andrew, but I'm also the longest tenured employee at Turning Point. I met my friend Charlie in 2014. We connected when Turning Point USA was just in its infancy, sharing the vision for what the conservative movement should be. Charlie was just a kid then. I was a little older. We had a lot in common. I didn't like rhinos. He didn't like rhinos. I was the youngest guy at Tea Party meetings. He was the youngest guy at Tea Party meetings.
How old is this guy? I don't understand. What?
I went to ASU, so I basically didn't go to college.
I don't understand. These guys, like, dude, conservatives are so strange to me because, like, look, guys, I'm 34 years old, okay? I feel old in my bones. But when I see like a young conservative, Charlie Kirk included, and I find out that they're like a little bit younger than me or around my age, I'm always shocked because I don't know if it's the way they carry themselves or it's what they wear, but they always look so weathered, bro. I'm 34. When I see like a 30-year-old or like a 26-year-old young conservative, I'm like, how are you 26, brother? I wanted to call you sir. Like when I see this dude, if I saw this dude, I would never expect this dude to be like my age. You know what I mean? I would be like, this is a dude who's in his 40s. They don't dress like a LA Zoomer. Dog, I wear suits too. I think like, I don't know what it is, but even when I wear suits and whatnot, it just doesn't, I don't look like this.
Like this every day, work, report, and wait to see my text messages to Charlie flip from delivered to read as soon as he woke up on the East Coast so we can be firing away feedback, thoughts, and a flurry of brilliant
Elon Musk is there.
as soon as he...
Wow. Elon Musk, Charlie was murdered by the dark for showing people the light.
As someone who believed in dialogue, in open debate. He was a man of ideas. He spoke eloquently. Basically never even raised his voice. He was a man of peace. And now he's been murdered in cold blood. He was killed because his voice made a difference. Because he was showing people the light. And he was killed by the dark.
VG is the biggest newspaper in Norway. Nice. My interview with Erica Kirk. Themasius gave me a choice quote from this. Said, for Erica Kirk, a husband's life cut short by violence he seemed to foresee. What's the quote that you were mentioning, Themasius? This part in the interview, Miss Kirk described their bond as one modeled after the 5th chapter of the Bible's book of Ephesians, in which the wife submits to the husband, who in turn, according to the Bible, protects and cherishes the wife, just as Christ also loved the church and gave himself to her. That's crazy. I think that's why Charlie said, submit to your husband, Taylor. Yeah. I mean, I don't know that much about her. I've like looked into her background a little bit. I think she was like working for a streetwear brand or something, but she's always been like super Christian. But I think she was working for a streetwear brand. I think like, if I'm not mistaken, I feel like they met when Charlie was going to Israel, actually, like on the flight there or something. And then he called her in for a job interview. And then like by the end of the interview, it was at dinner. By the end of the interview, he was like, I'm not going to give you this job because I want to date you. That could mean so many things. In what way was she submitting? Covering the New Hampshire shooter? No, I don't. What? Chatters. I don't know what's going on with a lot of you, but like, this is America. I don't know what happened in New Hampshire, but like, there's a shooting that happens all the time. You know that, right? Like, if I covered every single shooting that took place, that would be like, I would just never do anything else. I would just only be, I would only be covering shootings. We got more guns than we have people in this country. We got more guns in circulation than we have people in this country. You know, it's a crazy country. But yeah, one of the Valhalla VFT, Charlie Kirk shooting FBI narrative is total bullshit. Let's take a look at one of these gun tubers who is not putting up with this nonsense.
Also telling you is that he reassembled the rifle before he dumped it in the bushes as he's fleeing the scene of a How'd he reassemble the rifle if he accidentally left his screwdriver up on the roof?
Yeah, that's right, baby. Oh, hell yeah. Oh, we got a real live hog up in the air, boys. Hell yeah. Valhalla Firearms Trading.
Welcome back to the channel, everybody. I know it's been a few days. I've been out of town, but it's actually given me an opportunity to let the FBI complete its full official story regarding the Charlie Kirk situation. And man, it's an interesting story to say the least. That's what we're going to do in this video. No tinfoil hat, no conspiracy. We are just going to go from start to finish with the official story put out by the FBI and see if any of it actually makes sense together. So don't forget to like, comment, subscribe, help the channel, follow us on Patreon,
25
grab some
Antifa
merch. Let's
Patriots
jump into this thing.
A gift subscription to the Piker Broadcasting Service. That's right. We here at the Piker Broadcasting Service honor our fallen soldiers. That's right. This is a real Patriot headquarters. Let's go.
Now, there's a philosophical theory called Occam's razor that when you're presented with multiple different possible scenarios that could explain.
That's right. This guy's a real warrior poet.
Something, typically the one that's least complicated and requires the least assumptions is the one that's most often true. Is the official FBI's narrative the one that's the least complicated and requires the least amount of assumptions? I'd say no. I'd say it's the one that requires the most amount of assumptions. Let's jump into it. All right, we're going to start at the start of the timeline, work our way through it, and just as we go, talk about some things that just don't quite make sense. All right, first, the shooter. Where did he come from? So at first we heard that he actually went to this school. Then, as far as we know now, he actually went to a different school about 3 hours away in Utah. So yes, this kid drove up for the event, apparently somehow pre-scouted the entire area, knew exactly where he needed to be and park to be able to get onto this roof, get in the exact perfect position he needed to take this shot. Okay, that's fine. We can assume that's not that outrageous of a theory. Then, according to the FBI, we got to get into, as he gets to the event, his clothing situation. A lot of supposed clothes changes in a weird timeline that doesn't make sense. I'll let the FBI talk about it, though.
So when he's first spotted on campus, he has different clothing on.
Watch the whole video before commenting, please. I love that, like, these guys are so awesome because this basically reveals what their timeline looks like. Okay? To me, this is a big revelation because, like, this is an official video. Why not just, like, source it as an official video? Nope. He went to TikTok and most likely saw, like, one of those conspiracy talk versions of the Spencer Cox and FBI narratives and ripped it off that. Like, instead of going to the OG, instead of going to like the Associated Press, like this basically shows like what their perspective looks like.
And then he changes clothing on the roof and then changed back into that.
Occam's razor, brother. Why find a different source when you have a simpler one? True. I apologize to the Antifa Patriots out there. You're right.
Clothing at some point, so that when he was apprehended, when he was arrested, the clothing matched the clothing he had on before the shooting here at UV.
All right, so we're off to a great start, right? So the suspect arrives in some clothing, he changes that clothing, puts it in, I'm assuming, this tiny little backpack where he's also got a broken down 30-06. We'll get into that in a second. Climbs to the roof, changes his clothing, takes the shot, and we're going to get to the roof timeline of events here in a minute. Changes back out of that clothing and then flees and escapes the scene. All right, so more clothing changes than Taylor Swift concert. Sure. We'll say that. He shows the
entry
what
wound.
The FBI has also told us is, of course, that this is the suspect's murder weapon. All right, this Mauser 30-06 that they found later that day. Okay. Again, this one, I've never believed this from the beginning, and we're going to get into why here as we move through the timeline of events. But
okay, 906.
He changes his clothes. Now, a lot of people were trying to say that he hid this rifle in his jeans. Okay, well,
How do we donate directly to you? As it stands currently, the best way to do that is to just subscribe. The Piker Broadcasting Service does not run ads. The Piker Broadcasting Service is funded by you, the people, for you, the people. It's an ad-free experience. And all you need to do in order to fund or support the Piker Broadcasting Service is by subscribing via a Twitch Prime for free if you would like, gifting subs if you would like, just like Cult Hero did just now. Juliet Home, Cult Hero, thank you. Armand Dork, thank you for the gifted subs. Or by subscribing for $6 a month.
Take a look at what a 30-06 looks like stuffed in a pair of pants. All right, so courtesy of one of our viewers, yes, as you...
Dude, he got one of his viewers. Oh, hell yeah. This is the best. Oh, my God. You know this is Hog Central because look at the viewership, dog. Oh, that's amazing. That belt is struggling, brother. Yeah, that shit's on its last 2 loops. Hog heaven.
Can see what does an actual 30-06 look like stuffed in actually kind of a pair of loose-fitting pants. Absolutely outrageous, ridiculous. So no, it wasn't just stuffed in this kid's tiny little skinny jeans. We know that. So the FBI then says, well, yes, he disassembled this 30-06 and he put it in his tiny little backpack, which I'm not even sure how the barrel fits in that backpack. All right, sure. Let's just pretend that this kid is David Blaine Jr. and he somehow has a fully broken down 30-06 in this tiny little backpack that he has with, of course, his change of clothing on top of it. Also, the tools to put together and take apart this weapon. He gets to the top of the roof, and as you heard the FBI say there, he changes his clothes when he gets on top of the roof. He reassembles his rifle. The FBI says we know that's...
This guy is a Green Beret, 1st SF group, stationed near China and fluent in Mandarin. Wait, what? I can't tell if Top G is like memeing or not, because he usually does meme.
That's what he did, because the FBI found the screwdriver he used to reassemble the rifle, and it matches.
This dude apparently is a Green Beret because of that silver De Oppresso Libre plaque. This is a Green Beret plaque? I don't know shit about this. He used to be, but he's out now. Why are these people so dumb? That's a normal size backpack. Changing your clothes is not a weird thing to do. No, changing your clothes is not a weird thing to do at all. And before and after the incident, it's not a weird thing to do at all. But one thing that they said is that he literally changed his clothes back to the clothes he was wearing when he actually took the shot. Like he did like 3 different clothing changes. If it wasn't for the last one, it would make sense. When you're scoping out the scene, you have a different set of clothes. Then you change when you're shooting. And then you change again after the shooting, and you never wear the same clothes ever again, right? But he changed after the shooting to a 3rd pair of clothes, but then changed back from what they were claiming. And maybe there's some misinformation and maybe we didn't understand it fully. But like, apparently he changed back to the shooting clothing, like the clothing that he was wearing when he was doing the shooting. My theory is that many of these outfits are in fact body paint. Please tell me that this is true. I love this. Thank you for showing me this. Yeah, he had body paint. Yeah, that's how you know. Liberal Trantifa, he had body paint. Also, we know he was a manimal. He had paw prints that he left behind. Everybody knows he was a manimal.
The DNA to the shooter. Okay, let's see that statement. All right, so yes, here we go from the FBI Director Kash Patel himself, a real winner in this entire situation, tells us the DNA found on a towel wrapped in the woods with the 30-06 matches that of the shooter. Also, that the DNA linked to Tyler Robinson with a screwdriver recovered from the rooftop, that's going to be important here in just a second, was also recovered. All right, so quick recap, because we got to stay in our timeline here because it's all over the fucking place. So the kid shows up, he changes his clothes, he's got his broken down 30-06 in his backpack, in this Magic Houdini backpack that's fitting all this crazy shit in it. He gets to the top of the roof, he changes his clothes, he reconstructs the rifle with this screwdriver that the FBI found, okay? Then, of course, we see him take the shot, and in the chaos, we see that first video of him immediately sprinting across the roof right after that shot. We then see him flee out the back. All right, and I want you guys to pay attention to this. So if you see my cursor right here on the left.
Excuse me. The reason why we're watching this is because we have to learn about what happened, okay? And this guy knows what happened. He's going to tell us. Calm down now, okay? You need a real patriot to They'll hold your hand sometimes and guide you to the truth.
This is where the FBI says he took the shot from. Okay. We then see him immediately sprint along the front of this from that front viewed camera and sprint around this right off the back, as we've seen. There he goes. He zooms in. A lot of people are trying to say he's got a rifle with him. We're going to see here in a second. That's just silly. He jumps down, throws his backpack, picks his backpack up, which looks like his hat. He actually does, because right here, you see this? Whoop, hat comes back on the head. He has nothing in his left arm, only the backpack in his right arm. Okay, you can see here, if this kid had a giant 30-06 somehow, people are going to see it. But what he has is a backpack. Again, there's pedestrians, there's cars, there's everybody. Like,
that part I don't fully agree with, because like that I do think he's just holding the gun. Like it looks like he could absolutely be holding the gun with a towel wrapped around it
in front of him. Nobody's freaking out. This kid's walking around with a giant rifle right after a gunshot, right? What the FBI said is a deconstructed rifle in his backpack. All right, let's play a hypothetical. And again, this is literally the FBI's story. So this kid was able to take the shot, change his clothes, break down with the screwdriver he used and left on the roof to put it back in his backpack, all in about 6 seconds as he sprints across in one sort of continuous frame there to leave the scene. Okay, fine, FBI. Sure, let's say that's all somehow true. Well, what's the problem that we just ran into now? Well, that screwdriver he used to disassemble and reassemble the weapon, FBI, you found it on the roof. He left it on the roof. So when he flees...
Okay, I don't know about a second shooter theory, but maybe there is a second screwdriver theory.
Out into the bushes where you found his 30-06 in the woods. Let's take a look at that 30-06. That weapon is...
I mean, it also doesn't make sense if he literally deconstructed it to transport it with ease and then reconstructed it and then mysteriously left it in the woods completely constructed. So I don't think that he deconstructed it after the shot. I think he just like carried it fully, wrapped around the towel, and we can't really tell from the footage. That's what I think.
Completely assembled. So what the FBI is also telling you is that he reassembled the rifle before he dumped it in the bushes as he's fleeing the scene of a murder. How'd he reassemble the rifle if he accidentally left his screwdriver up on the roof? Whoopsies. Also, Cash Patel, how come you announced that the DNA matches a towel found in the woods and the screwdriver, but you didn't say that the DNA matches the rifle? That seems like what you would want to match. I don't know. Kind of odd. Let's talk about the shot itself, because again, I've said from the very beginning I didn't believe this was a 30-06 based off of the official narrative. Is that...
Okay, wait. This is where he's going to show the exit wound, I think. Not yet, but around like 950.
Charlie Kirk was shot from about 150 to 200 yards with a 30-06 round. And we've all seen the footage, I'm sure, by now. None of that ever made sense to me. And I'm going to show you why. So we racked our brains back and forth about, did Charlie have body armor? Did he not have it on? We've run through the timeline of events and pretty much 100% confirmed at this point, no, Charlie did not have body armor on.
Yeah, you can tell he doesn't have body armor on because you can see his titties. I believe Otta showed in the preview. No, calm down. That's fine. It also doesn't show like all of the gore anyway, regardless.
So what does that mean? The official FBI story means that he took a direct impact to soft tissue in the neck near the carotid from a 30-06 round from 150 meters. Okay. Let's look at a little demonstration. All right, guys, this is going to be an actual ballistics demonstration.
He's also showing the same ballistic demonstration I showed you guys earlier as well. So you know we're in good company here, okay? You know I'm a real hog because he's using the same ballistics dummy demonstration that I also used.
And skull, okay? And these are literally designed to see what ballistics actually do to the human body. This is a 30-06 round. Let's take a watch.
It explodes, dude.
Okay.
I can't show you because he's about to show the.
So we are supposed to believe that
I can't show you because he's about to show the Charlie Kirk shot. So I can't show you it.
.30-06 round from about 150 meters to soft human flesh, and it's not like Charlie Kirk was some linebacker with, not that it would matter, some giant neck or anything.
You
Had
guys are
that
so
fairly
annoying.
small wound as you still frame the pictures.
Oh.
So here's the actual still frame.
He's literally showing the still
Again,
frame
the
of
FBI
Charlie's
wants you to
neck.
believe that wound right there is an entrance wound from a .30-06 round, which we just saw demonstrated, and there was no exit wound. Okay. You know, people say, well, bullets do funny things. Yeah, that would have been real funny, right? You guys realize the entire back of that tent, that white tent, would have just been painted with Charlie's blood. Just absolutely everywhere, had that been a .30-06 round. Again, FBI story, not mine. So as we move through the timeline of events, yes, the kid escapes, and in the chaos, we have some very odd things happen. We have that old man immediately cause a huge distraction, saying that he's the shooter. Very odd. The FBI then, of course, immediately announces at, 4:21 p.m., we got him.
Nah, it's not bro. That's not bro science, dude. Are you kidding me? That part is not bro science. The notion that like there would be an exit wound, even with that distance, it kind of doesn't make sense with that doesn't make sense with the ballistics. But then again, who knows? I mean, maybe the human body is strange. Maybe it is a miracle.
Cash Patel says, we got him, boys. About an hour and a half later, says we don't got him. Actually got a good meme for this.
Got the guy.
Oh shit, did you really?
Nope, not the guy.
Oh, okay.
This is the guy.
Oh shit. You.
Oh, wait, nope, not that guy.
What are we doing right now?
That guy's a leftist, by the way. He's using...
I got a picture of the guy.
Yeah, how am I supposed to know that's the guy? Shit, wait, how do I know that's the guy?
All right, I'll see you in Valhalla, jokes aside. Yes, so the FBI thinks they got him, they don't got him. They thinks they got him, they don't got him. All right, then they find the murder weapon in the woods later that night, supposedly, I guess. Then, and again, I have to keep telling you this is the FBI's narrative, not mine. This kid goes through all this work, planning and preparation, pulls this thing off, gets away, gets in his car, drives all the way back home, and immediately confesses to his pastor father, who the FBI told us.
No, his father's not a pastor. No, his father suspected him. We know the official narrative. He's actually wrong about some of this stuff. The official narrative is that his father suspected him. His mother and father suspected him of being the shooter, and because like the photos that they saw, and they hadn't seen him. And then they saw a photo of the gun as well, and it looked like the grandpappy's gun. And so he asked him about it. And then the father went to a friend, like a pastor, who was also like a law enforcement guy. And and that person was like, you should go tell the cops.
A retired sheriff, turns out, was never in law enforcement. Apparently owns a construction business. I don't know. Immediately confesses and is turned in by his father, who is now going to receive a $1 million reward from Bill Ackman for turning in his son. Okay, so we got the shooter in custody, and of course now we need motives, we need reasons, because again, he carries this entire thing out.
Oh, here we go.
He confesses,
Trantifa.
admits it to his father, supposedly admits it on Discord, even though Discord is saying that that username and those messages don't actually exist, even though the FBI is saying.
No, that's not true. So Discord's official statement was that he did not plan out the shooting on Discord. Discord never said that he was never on Discord, or Discord never said that he had never talked about the shooting on Discord after the fact. They simply said that there was no planning on Discord before the fact. Yeah. And they revealed all the Discord information of the alleged shooter anyway.
That and after confessing to all these people, turning himself into his father, he gets apprehended by the FBI, who is still saying as of right now that he's refusing to cooperate or admit to the crime.
So anyway, the rest of this stuff is just like ridiculous text messages, blah, blah, blah. It doesn't matter. I just cared about the ballistics angle, and he basically just said the same exact shit that I had said, which is that the wound that we all saw, especially with a lack of exit wound, is inconsistent with the ammunition used for this assassination being a 30-06. It's a far more powerful and would be far uglier, basically. It'd be far gorier if it was a 30-06 is what they're saying. Here's one of my haters speaking at the event, Benny Johnson.
Online, standing up and saying that is
For those of you who don't know, Benny Johnson was fired from BuzzFeed for plagiarism. He's fired again from another place for plagiarism as well. Benny Johnson is an in-the-closet gay man whose wife, according to my inside sources, according to my inside sources, Benny Johnson is no longer allowed by his wife to go out on work trips without her accompanying him because he was having too much sex with men.
Who knows somebody
allegedly
now who's a Satanist or an agnostic, who's now looking at Charlie's life in this revival moment in our country and going, maybe I got it all wrong. Maybe I do need to Christ center my life. This is what Charlie always wanted. This is how he wanted to be remembered. In the mold of Stephen, the first martyr, Stephen was killed.
Yeah, Benny Johnson also got money from Russia. He was a part of the Tenet investigation as well, alongside the likes of Tim Pool, numerous others.
Ages Charlie Kirk when he was martyred. At that time, Christianity was just a few very scared Christians in Jerusalem. And after Stephen's martyrdom, Christianity spread throughout the known world. The power of martyrdom. This is how God and Christ always advances his kingdom, and he's doing it right now with Charlie Kirk. It is a wonderful thing to see. We were all witness to a miracle. Charlie's life was a miracle. We could all see it. Those who worked up close and those who watched from far away.
Wait, what? Wasn't the Tim Pool thing bullshit? Is that what you just said? No. Where did you get that? No, Tim Pool and Benny Johnson and numerous other right-wing conservatives, both in the United States of America and in Canada, 100% got paid by the Russian government to cut anti-Ukrainian propaganda through a company called Tenet Media. That is not like a fake thing at all. Their defense for it was that they simply didn't know. But the prices that they got, the money that they got is just so ridiculous for just like a regular ad sponsorship with no obligations.
Instituted by our Lord and Savior. And what does he describe? The Apostle Paul describes how God establishes the rulers of the nations. In the audience right now, there are rulers of our land. Represented right here is the State Department, the Department of War, the Department of Justice, the Chief Executive. God has instituted them. God has given them power over our nation and our land. God saved our president, President Trump, from an assassin's bullet.
Dog, that's also such a crazy narrative because, like, doesn't that mean that, like, God didn't save Charlie and also God hated Corey Contemporary then, who was right behind Donald Trump and he got killed instead? Isn't that wild to say?
And what does the Apostle Paul in Romans say about a godly leadership? He says that rulers wield the sword for the protection of good men and for the terror of evil men. May we pray that our rulers here, rightfully instituted and given power by our God, wield the sword for the terror of evil men in our nation, in Charlie's memory. I want to live in a country where the evil are terrified and where the good and the faithful and the moral people of our nation can live in peace, debate in peace, disagree in peace, and start families in peace. And so we want to thank the administration for being here and carrying out that godly mission of wielding the sword against evil. In conclusion, I'd be remiss if I didn't say this to all of the young men in the audience, and I can see so many young men out there. Charlie really reached young men and women, but this is the advice that Charlie gave me. Center your life on Christ. fall in love, get married, have a million kids, and live out your American dream. And by doing that, we can create millions and millions and millions of Charlie Kirks, and we can save our land. That will be our turning point. God bless you.
I want to point to something here, by the way, that is completely absent from the media narratives, including, understandably, from the ways in which the Republicans are talking about the legacy of Charlie Kirk. Was Charlie Kirk a noteworthy figure on college campuses? The answer to that question is yes. Was Charlie Kirk a beloved figure on college campuses? The answer to that is fuck no. Turns out there were actually, there was a poll that was conducted on the matter. Okay. And I'm wrong. I was wrong about this too, because I thought he had more motion. Like I thought he had more positive. Like I thought he had a more positive approval rating amongst like the Gen Z youth. And it's actually even worse than I thought. Okay. Charlie Kirk was a beloved figure, once again, always for boomers, and was not known at all by Zoomers in general, by the younger generations. I thought TikTok had actually greatly inflated his approval ratings amongst the youth as well. It turns out there was a post-mortem poll that was conducted. I think it was a YouGov poll. Can someone link that to me? Do you know where this is? I think Edinger Mentum had talked about the poll as well. But what's interesting to me about this is that it turns out Gen Z did recognize Charlie Kirk. However, Gen Z did not like Charlie Kirk at all. So, you know, bit of a my bad on this, for sure. I didn't think that I thought he was like a, you know, polarizing figure or whatever. But it turns out he was just not liked at all by the youth. Hold on one second. Now, of course, they're still presenting him as this like whisperer. But it turns out he was still very much, no, it wasn't the Washington Free Beacon one. It still turns out he was very much like Olivia Giuliana for the Republican Party. Old people thought that young people liked him. And therefore, old people thought that young people liked him, but it turns out young people didn't like him that much. And it was just mostly old people that liked him. I'm going to try to find the poll real quick and show it to you. And it's like not even remotely mentioned in any of the ways in which people are reflecting on his legacy. It's the Harvard Kennedy poll. Is that the one? I thought it was YouGov. No, I don't think it's the Harvard. I don't think it's the Harvard one. There's another one that came out. The Harvard one is what is this? Page 13. Oh, the Economist YouGov poll. Thank you. That's the one. Here it is. Favorability of Charlie Kirk. Do you have a favorable or unfavorable opinion of Charlie Kirk? Okay, amongst all adult citizens. When you look at the 18 to 29, 18 to 30, the very favorable rating for Charlie Kirk was at 16%. Somewhat favorable was at 8%. Neither favorable or unfavorable was 24%. But very unfavorable was at 35%. So we had double the amount of very unfavorable amongst the 18 to 30 polled. It turns out that he actually he was not reflected positively upon the younger audiences at all. And it was actually the older populations that had a very favorable approval of Charlie Kirk from 45 onward, and especially the highest at 65 plus. Charlie Kirk was always very favorable among older people because older people thought that he was actually reaching the youth and convincing them and changing their minds. And that's precisely the way that he has been covered in the media as well. But it turns out that's not the case at all. In spite of the astroturfing that you're seeing, in spite of the media push that you're seeing, people knew who he was, but he was not all that different from Harry Sasson or an Olivia Giuliana style figure, but further right. But he lose popularity alongside Trump since Trump took office? That could be part of the reason as well. Certainly, that could be part of the reason as well. But you wouldn't see this much of a major shift if he was still the Gen Z whisperer. So it turns out he was still basically the same figure that I knew him as throughout his entire career. Someone who was telling the olds in the party what they wanted to hear and making it seem as though you don't care about the facts. Clip farm monkey. Come on, man, get better. Your blood is on that rifle. Don't be sheep, kids. Go get a new source. Dog, I'm literally looking at a poll that directly contradicts the mainstream narrative. I like that you cried about you don't care about the facts and then tried to tie me back to this assassination like a fucking lunatic. Wake up, sheeple. Yeah, here it is. New poll for Puck News. A new poll of college students from Generation Lab finds that Charlie Kirk was almost universally famous on campuses, but he was not popular, with 70% of students saying they disagree with Kirk's views. Okay? That's the other poll that I wanted to look at. Yeah, I was glancing at a YouGov poll, and what stood out to me is that Kirk was most popular among boomers and mostly unpopular among young people. But the way that people are deifying him, they are creating a false narrative that he was actually super, super popular and his ideas were super popular, and he was actually doing the most to continue presenting the incredibly popular Trump narrative to a younger audience and convincing them. I wasn't so certain on that narrative regardless. As I told you, there were systemic factors at play, and I presented approval ratings amongst Gen Z for Donald Trump in general and how much they swung back in the opposite direction. So clearly that wasn't the case anyway. Having said that, however, I didn't know that he was actually this unpopular amongst college campus, amongst the youth. But this also kind of shows me why TikTok has been so aggro, like a lot more aggro than even someone like myself, in basically making jokes about Charlie Kirk. Like, they were very familiar with Charlie Kirk, a lot more familiar than the rest of the normies are, a lot more familiar than like older populations are. Older populations just knew Charlie Kirk as like a guy, a conservative who went and duked on SJWs on college campuses. But it turns out the youth knew about him a lot better, knew his positions a lot better, and actually did not like his positions at all. That's part of the reason why perhaps the only people that you hear talking about how like you've awakened a demon in us and, oh, now you're going to really get it. Milo Yiannopoulos is coming back from retirement. They're all like fucking 40 plus. It's all like Gen Xers and older millennials who were already right wing. What the fuck do you mean? Everywhere he goes, people organize a protest against him. They literally have to beg colleges to let him in. We used to make fun of them when they showed up. Compare his shit with the encampments and you will know just how unpopular these guys were. No, for sure. But a figure like this, if they were correct, if the current narrative was correct, this wouldn't, the polls would reflect it. Like, they wouldn't say 70% of students saying they disagree with Kirk's views. That's a crazy number. Okay? It would at least be like 50-50 or something. Okay? Do you understand what I mean? Like, if Charlie Kirk was at the very least like a polarizing figure, then his approval ratings would be a lot higher for college age students. And this poll specifically polled college students. I want to see if I can find this poll. Does anyone know where this is? And we can take a look at it. He didn't go to college to debate people who agree with him. No, I know. I know that. And it does seem like instead of this endeavor, instead of like yielding this positive result, yeah, Generation Lab Q1, have you heard of Charlie Kirk? 94% of those polled said yes. But obviously this is after his death as well. So clearly, this is going to be boosted for sure. How often have you watched or listened to Charlie Kirk's content in the past year? 36% say never. 33% say once or twice. This is all TikTok. 21% say a few times a month. 7% say a few times per week. So now you're getting into fan territory. Daily or almost daily, 2%. To what extent do you agree with Charlie Kirk's views? 10% say strongly agree, 20% say somewhat agree, 17% say somewhat disagree, 53% say strongly disagree. This is just college students being polled on this. 4% say definitely justified, the murder of Charlie Kirk. 11% say probably justified. 22% say probably not justified. And 63% say definitely not justified, which is understandable. Okay. Do you think it is ever okay to physically harm someone because of their political beliefs? 1% say yes, it is okay in many cases. Jesus Christ, who the fuck says that? 13% say yes, it is okay in some cases. And 86% say no, it is never okay. Again, understandable. Okay, so that all of that makes sense. Remember, these are our college students being polled on this. And ironically enough, a big part of my debates with Charlie Kirk actually featured the ways in which mainstream media covered college campus madness at the time versus what polls showed. One thing that I always brought up to Charlie Kirk at Politicon, both in the first debate that we had, in the second debate that we had as well, was that people's attitudes about college campus free speech mania actually was not broadly reflected by college campus attendees at all. When college students were polled on free speech and whether people should be able to hear opinions that they disagree with, they overwhelmingly agreed with that. It was actually older people, both college educated and not, that felt as though there was a real free speech issue on college campuses. I find that very interesting because most of the people that cover this stuff are way past their prime, way past their college age, and therefore they have a very different attitude. And they just simply avoid these sorts of polls. And therefore you can astroturf this complete false narrative that he was the Gen Z whisperer across the board. The news story behind the poll is right here from Puck News. Here it is. What college students really think of Kirk. New data from Generation Lab undercuts Trump's myth-making about his murdered ally, who was unquestionably a savvy organizer, even if he wasn't at all popular on campuses he loved to visit. Charlie Kirk was certainly famous in politics on campuses in the halls of Donald Trump's White House. But I imagine that for plenty of sports fans attending Major League Baseball games or NFL games over the weekend, it must have been a tad confusing to peer up from the stands to see Kirk's square-jaw face on stadium jumbotrons. A bunch of teams from the New York Yankees to the Dallas Cowboys to the LSU Tigers honored Kirk this way. Are you saying old people are irrelevant? Yes, that's what I'm saying. That's your takeaway from this? No, what I'm simply stating is that the way that Charlie Kirk is being deified currently is false. Because the way that they're presenting him as this Gen Z whisperer who converted so many young people because they agreed with him, because he was doing spirited debate. Every aspect of this is a falsehood. I've already talked about this. He did not invent the change my mind concept at all. Ben Shapiro was doing it. Steven Crowder was doing it before him. But he obviously perfected it because he had the pre-existing structure, because he was already on all these college campuses with Turning Point USA. But if we are talking about the efficacy of the social justice warrior-owned clip compilations that came from these campus debates, and we're talking about the efficacy of changing people's minds, then clearly it actually did not swing a lot of people at all, okay? For the most part, it seems like the people that were watching those videos and agreeing with those videos were older people. The college-aged Gen Z students that were actually watching those videos or even encountering Charlie Kirk's videos on their TikTok timeline clearly did not actually agree with Charlie Kirk. This is evidence to prove that the popular narrative surrounding Charlie Kirk's impact in American politics is based around a falsehood. Conservative podcasts are seemingly not all that popular with the Gen Z. And I know this from YouTube, okay? I know this from YouTube analytics as well. I've had conversations with YouTube in the past where they've told me that out of all of the political commentators out there, all the way from, the liberals to the leftists to right-wingers as well, I have the youngest audience. And this always struck me as not so surprising, but, it just didn't make sense. It turns out that there's a lot of older people that actually consume political content on YouTube. And if the person that is doing the commentary is young, a lot of older people assume that young people are watching, but it turns out that's not the case. Is it still the case in 2025? I don't know what the latest numbers look like, obviously, but that was the case in 2024. Several conservative podcasts, including those hosted by Charlie Kirk, Joe Rogan, Ben Shapiro, and Dave Portnoy, have built significant audience among Gen Z Americans, particularly those who voted for President Donald Trump in last year's election, according to a new survey. The Axios Generation Lab polls findings suggest that partisan media consumption trends are firmly established among young adults, with many aligning their podcast choices with their political preferences. The Axios Generation Lab poll, conducted from February 21st to 28 among a representative sample of 972 18 to 34-year-olds nationwide, found that in the past month, 34% of Trump voters in this group had listened to Barstool Sports podcast, making Trump-supporter Portnoy's show the most popular among young people who voted for the president. That figure dropped to just 9% among those who voted for former Vice President Kamala Harris. Other conservative-leaning podcasts also showed a strong skew towards Trump voters. Roughly 27% said they listened to the Joe Rogan Experience monthly, 19% of the Charlie Kirk Show, and 18% of the Ben Shapiro Show. Among Harris supporters, only 3% said they listened to the Kirk or Shapiro, and just 6% tuned into Joe Rogan's show monthly. The poll's margin of error, plus or minus, is 3.1 percentage points. Kirk's rapid rise in conservative media, he now holds the number one spot among conservative podcasts, according to Salem Media, underscores the resonance with young, right-leaning Americans. While some podcasts like The Daily, TED Talks Daily, Caller Daddy drew more balanced audiences, Axios noted that entertainment and leisure preferences were also split along party lines. Harris supporters, for example, were more likely to attend concerts, while Trump supporters leaned into sports. Not necessarily. The people who support TPUSA think that without Kirk's efforts, the positive reaction to conservatism among young youth would be something like 20%. With Kirk's, having a 30% positive response would be an improvement. So I already tackled this argument before that Kirk's impact was negligible on this issue, and it was more of a response to systemic factors. Okay? I am of the mindset that it is very difficult for one singular media figure or a number of different media figures to actually greatly change the minds of many people, as opposed to systemic factors at play. Okay? Systemic factors such as discontent with the administration, attributing liberalism and the Democratic Party to the lockdowns that they experienced during COVID, even though it happened under Trump as well. Okay, Biden's age, the fact that they feel as though they're not going to be able to ever buy a house or retire at a reasonable age. These are all the many reasons why a lot of young people did not fuck with the party, the Democratic Party. And because they were so young to remember, because they were too young to remember fully what the Trump administration looked like, what the first Trump term looked like, they were more susceptible to the narrative, as people were in 2016 when Trump was a relatively new figure in the political scene, that he would potentially represent a radical change in a positive direction. If you look at broader trend lines amongst the Gen Z, Donald Trump did make inferences. Donald Trump did make big gains in Gen Z votes. This is true. Having said that, however, Gen Z swung wildly against Donald Trump in the last 6 or 7 or 8 months. If Charlie Kirk was this smooth operator that was able to maintain brand loyalty to the Republican Party single-handedly, then that swing would not have taken place. I brought this up on numerous occasions. What I'm saying now with this information is that he was even actually less successful in changing the minds of the youth than even I previously thought. That was my point. Okay? This is one of the latest YouGov economist polls that came out, polling 1,567 U.S. adult citizens. Okay? And the 18 to 29 numbers reflect a devastating reality. Would you say things in this country today are generally headed in the right direction, off on the wrong track, or not sure? Right direction for 18 to 29 is at 19%. Off on the wrong track is 71%. For 30 to 44, it's also still relatively high. It's pretty high for every age group. Okay? This YouGov poll also looks at Charlie Kirk too, because this is in the aftermath of the Charlie Kirk assassination. Concerns about left-wing extremism. Very concerned at 18 to 29 is at 36%. Somewhat concerned is at 20%. Not very concerned is at 13%. Not at all concerned is at 11%. Not sure is at 20% for 18 to 29. But when you get to the older populations, very concerned is at 44% and very concerned is at 46%. Now, that's still pretty high, even for the youth, for the record, which means that the notion of left-wing extremism being a major problem, the narrative that the administration has presented, a false narrative, for the record, that the administration has presented, that the mainstream media has actually refused to offer clarity on, to refuse to offer any sort of counter messaging on, has set. Having said that, amongst the youth, when you look at how concerned they are with right-wing extremism, amongst the youth, it goes up a little bit higher, 39%. Okay? 36% for 30 to 44 as opposed to 34%, marginally higher. And then for for people over the age of 45 all the way to 65 plus, it's either for 45 to 64 Gen X, it actually goes down, generation led, everybody. And for 65 plus, it remains the same. Okay? Overall, who do you think is more responsible for political violence in the U.S. is committed by people on the left or right? Mostly on the left, 18 to 29 says 28%. Mostly by the right, they say 32%. By both equally, 27%. Not sure, 13%. 65 plus says mostly on the left. More people, when you go up to 45 plus, think it's political violence is happening mostly on the left as opposed to happening mostly on the right. Insane. This is the opposite of reality, for the record. Just think about that. This means that a large chunk of 45-year-olds and people older than the age of 45 believe in this false narrative. Congratulations to not just Fox News for this, but also to all of the liberal media platforms as well, all the legacy media that has presented this false reality and refused to actually show the truth. Because remember, we're talking about something that is not even, we're talking about something that is just objectively false. There is nonpartisan studies that have been conducted on this. There are studies that have been conducted by the Department of Justice on this, which is now deleted, obviously, that show that this is just a falsehood. Now we get to the familiarity with Charlie Kirk. 18 to 29 say very familiar, and 30 to 44, 25% say very familiar. 36% for 18 to 29 say somewhat familiar with Charlie Kirk. Okay, so that's 63% either very familiar or somewhat familiar with Charlie Kirk. Had heard of him but don't know anything, but didn't know anything, 19%. Never heard of him, 18%. But when you look at the favorability of Charlie Kirk, 16% had a very favorable opinion between the ages of 18 to 29. 8% had a somewhat favorable opinion of him, okay? And that is, once again, September 12th to September 15th. So this is after he was the top news story. So 16% had a favorable, very favorable opinion of him. 8% had a somewhat favorable opinion of Charlie Kirk. So that's 24% that had a somewhat favorable or very favorable opinion of him. Another 24% have no opinion, neither favorable nor unfavorable. And 10% have a somewhat unfavorable, and 35% have a very unfavorable opinion of him. This also goes back to the same poll that we were looking at earlier, the one that actually factored in simply just college students on college campus. This is the entirety of the 18 to 30-year-old population, which includes, of course, non-college students as well as college students. So while they did know who Charlie Kirk was, a lot of people under the age of 30 did not have a favorable opinion of him, with the highest percentage having a very unfavorable opinion of him. Okay? Something to consider. And of course, it's the exact opposite when you look at boomers, with 34% having a very favorable opinion of him. So the reason why I am mentioning all of this is to make sure that people understand what the truth is, to make a better assessment of his impact, as opposed to the way that people are talking about his impact. It turns out that Charlie Kirk was not the liberal or the right-wing Republican Gen Z whisperer that people presented him as at all. The more people knew him, the more people have heard of him, especially amongst the youth, the less they liked him. Also, would you say things in this country are heading in the wrong direction? Is up by 13% because a lot of people are experiencing discontent, Republicans and Democrats alike, it seems. Anyway, this is, we're back to the memorial service now.
That comes from God. So the Word became human and made his home among us. He was full of unfailing love and faithfulness, and we have seen his glory and the glory of the Father's one and only Son. From his abundance, we have all received one gracious blessing.
Anyway, for the record, part of the reason why I looked at that was also to show you why there was very clearly a differing opinion.
This past week,
why very clearly there was a differing opinion on the way that mainstream media was covering this versus how TikTok was looking at it. Okay? Because mainstream media did not actually reflect on Charlie Kirk's output whatsoever. But the people who are very familiar with Charlie Kirk's output, young people that saw him on their TikTok timeline, they didn't fuck with it. They didn't fuck with what he had to say. Do you see what I mean? It's weird how religious this is. Yeah. And I also don't think that this hyping up, this deification that's taking place is going to be viewed positively anyway. I don't think so at all. I think this is either a mistake because they're trying to very clearly create enough anxiety and enough anger surrounding Charlie Kirk's death to punish ideological opposition to the administration. And they're going to, in my opinion, fail. And they're still going to try and do it. They're still going to try and enact this vengeance quest. Okay. Which is going to beef up discontent. People are going to get even more mad about this. They're pushing him as a big movement for the religious Gen Z now that everyone knows his rhetoric. I think the media made a big mistake in terms of not reflecting accurately on his political perspectives. So he probably got a big boost from like Gen X and boomers as well, because they were like, he was a guy who wanted to speak truth to power. He was a guy who simply wanted to, find the truth through spirited debate and discourse. And that's the type of shit that's like catnip for boomers. They love that stuff. They're dumb enough to believe that like the medium and the format of debate is certainly one that is productive and done for that purpose and not for propaganda purposes. But I think a lot of people, especially even the Gen Z that watch debates, recognize that it's just frustrating and it's purely for entertainment. And it's a way to like learn the talking points basically of your side. Not everyone that encounters these sorts of debates are going to immediately be swept away by the opposition's talking points. That's just what I'm seeing here. Anyway, exclusive. Trump sounds off on Kimmel. Dead network CNN, no credibility. Let's take a look.
The biggest newsmaker was again President Donald Trump. I accompanied the president for a whirlwind trip to the United Kingdom, reporting on his very busy state visit. Friday night, after we both returned to Washington, I joined the president in the diplomatic reception room at the White House. President Trump, welcome to the first edition of the Sunday Briefing. You are our first guest. You will be a very tough act to follow.
Thank you.
Before you were the president, though, you were a TV producer. I've never hosted a TV show before. So what do I do? Should I lead with a joke? Do we do the questions?
I think in your case, I can say honestly, just be yourself. You've done a great job. Your father's very proud of you. He's been a friend of mine for a long time. And you are definitely his son. I look at you, there's no question about that. But just be yourself. Keep doing the job you're doing. You're doing great.
Thank you, President Trump. Let's get right into it. Politics. Today there is a report that AOC wants to run for president in 2028. This new Sunday show, it's kind of a next-gen Sunday show. We're trying something new. Do you have anything nice to say about AOC?
Well, look, she's the wrong philosophy for the country in terms of keeping America great. We're making it great. We're taking in so many different elements of success.
Are you allowed to stream deep throating? Dog, if I wasn't allowed to stream deep throating, I would never be able to show you anything that Fox News does with Donald Trump. There's just nothing. There's nothing I could, there's no coverage that I could show you of Donald Trump because he doesn't do interviews where he's not getting deep throated.
Including tremendous trillions of dollars. And our country's being great again. We have a closed border now. Nobody is coming in illegally. They're coming in legally, not illegally. So many things have happened. Her philosophy is so bad. She's got a little spunk. She's got a little something that's good. Joe Crowley, she ran against him. And I said, you know, Joe, you're going to lose this thing unless you go out and campaign. I watched her campaigning a little bit. I happened to turn on television. I saw her campaign. It was almost like by accident. And I said, you're going to have to run a little bit. And, oh, well, no, she's a young girl, he said. She's a young girl. She'll be. I've taken on many of them, and he ended up losing pretty easily, actually. She's got a little something, but her philosophy is bad for the country. I don't think that philosophy can come close to winning.
And the reason that I ask is because there's this New York Times excerpt of Kamala Harris's book. She writes that in private, you were very nice to her. And she says that on the phone, you called her a tough, smart customer. Did that happen?
Not that I know of, but I was nice to her. I've met her a couple of times, and I was always nice to her. And I'd be nice to AOC, too. I thought Kamala would have done a better job than she did in terms of running, because we really won by a lot. And I thought she would have done better. We have, in counties, did you hear, 2,700 to 525. That's nationwide. And I said, that's a little surprising because, you know, the Democrats have certain advantages when it comes to voting, but not this time. But I was very nice I would be nice. I don't think I've ever met AOC, but I would be nice to her also. I'm basically a nice person. People just don't know that.
Over in Europe, you were with business leaders.
Yeah.
Bro, it's like squeezing a stone to get water out of it. Getting this man to say anything nice about someone who isn't like a Broadway musical director is already difficult in and of itself. Getting him to say something nice about a prominent Democrat is virtually impossible. Yeah, if they were to be like, hey, say something nice about Andrew Lloyd Webber, he will tell you all day, every day about how fantastic Andrew Lloyd Webber, he was amazing, he was fantastic. They really done a disservice to his work. Get him to talk about the penis of golfers, like famous golfers, like Arnold Palmer. He's got a huge one, a fat dong, biggest you've ever seen. The world would feel like an earthquake when he took his pants off. Elon filmed alone by a hog at the memorial. Yeah, he's too busy tweeting about race riots that must happen in the UK right now, probably, or tweeting about yours truly. We have to make sure that this guy is deplatformed, is a very not good. Yeah, concerning. Yeah, very, very not good. Not good at all. Yes.
Everything that you do, there is a business aspect to it.
Yeah.
What is a worse business to be in right now? The captain of a cartel drug boat in the Caribbean.
They're in trouble.
Or a late night network TV talk show host.
Oh, they're both in trouble, although Greg Gutfeld's doing great. You know, so I think I'd take that one by a long shot. We have the water drugs, I call them the water drugs, pretty much stopped. In fact, I think water fishing, I think almost anything we have to get into a boat right now in that area would not be doing too well. We have to stop the drugs from coming into our country and killing our people. So we've lose, in my opinion, 300.
Bro, he is desperately trying to start a war with Venezuela. By the way, this is just a straightforward threat that, like, they're gonna kill fishermen. It might even be a recognition that they have killed fishermen.
1,000 plus a year to fentanyl and drugs coming into the country. So when you feel badly for somebody that gets blown away, you have to remember they're killing thousands of people. Each one of those people is responsible for killing at least hundreds of people. And we have to stop it. We have no choice.
There's so much noise about this late night TV drama. Now we know there's various reports. Disney's CEO, Bob Iger, reviewed Jimmy Kimmel's monologue and he thought that it was over the line. He's the one who benched him. Now that that's out there, your critics are saying, well, the White House and the FCC are intimidating critics of President Trump. Is that what's happening here?
No, I don't think so at all. We have a
Dog, you literally revealed. Dude, this is so funny. He flexed on it. He flexed on it. He demanded it. He got it. He got excited that he got it. Demanded more of it to other enemies of Trump. It's so unimaginably stupid that we're just having this back and forth. Brendan Carr straight up threatened to pull broadcasting licenses at Trump's direction. Trump enjoyed it and said it was awesome. It is ridiculous.
great group of people that do watch over this, as you know. Brendan is a fantastic patriot. He really is. And he's, I think, doing a good job. But he's done nothing that's over the line. He just says you have to be honest. I just had it a little while ago. You may have seen it. I talked to people about 97% of the things they say about me on television are negative. And, you know, how do you win if that's the case? And the credibility of television's way down, most television. You guys are doing a lot better. I disagree with your pollsters because I've always proven to be right on that. I would say your pollsters, I don't think your pollsters are any good on Fox, but generally speaking, and the anchors are, in every case, they're phenomenal. But you don't have that with other networks. I think that's why they're down. They're down so low in ratings.
Yeah, dude, do something good for once, man. Anything, please. I would love that. This motherfucker only does bad shit and then gets mad when a fairly servile media class accurately covers it. Like, what? They're not even accurately covering it, to be fair. They're just not offering sufficient glaze. They're just not all doing what Fox News does. That's it. That's what he's pissed off about. It's so frustrating. Is what they're doing considered 69? I don't even think so, because Trump is being a selfish top here. He's just getting a suck job and not even returning at all.
CNC is like a dead network. It's, if you call it cable, I guess. CNN is, it's really a crying shame what happened to CNN, but they're down, they're dead, nobody watching. And they're dead because they have no credibility. You guys do have credibility, and it's a great thing to have.
We know which hosts you don't like at late night. If one of these CEOs like Bob Iger called you and said, okay, Mr. President, Uncle, who would you want to see as a late night network TV talk?
Well, you know,
why is this why is this a fucking major concern for the quote unquote leader of the free world? No, uncle means it's boomer speak for I give up. Okay, calling uncle means you just are saying you gave up. But again, take yourself out of what you are watching for a brief moment and have a top-down approach. Just let's look at this with a bird's eye view for a brief moment. Let's understand the conversation that's taking place at a time when housing is more expensive than it ever has been in U.S. history, where the top six companies in the United States of America, all tech stock, by the way, have a collective market cap of over $20 trillion, which is larger than the entirety of the Chinese economy. Okay. The cost of living crisis is still ongoing. And the only fucking thing that these guys have seemingly addressed is like minor culture war issues that are not pertinent to any of those problems, that don't actually solve anybody's issues in terms of affordability, whether it be incredibly important things like shelter or college education or even groceries. I'm sorry, but having a back and forth about who your favorite late night TV show host would look like is so insane to me. Electricity bills are out of control as a direct consequence of this administration's policies with data centers that are propping up left and right all over. And all of that is just leading to this like explosion of dog shit AI. Donald Trump is taking unprecedented steps in eroding the First Amendment, unlimited funds to Israel. Everything sucks. Everything sucks. Okay? Nobody's happy. Everything sucks. And the red meat that he offers the base is basically dunking on Jimmy Kimmel. The red meat that he offers the base is dunking on and engaging in mass apprehension of Guatemalans and Mexicans and Haitians around the country that are simply trying to make ends meet and have even less than Trump's base of support. What are we doing? What will it take for every single normie to look at this and go, this is completely ridiculous? Why the fuck are you worrying yourself with dumb shit like this? Why are we supposed to sit around and be like, oh my God, Charlie Kirk was such an amazing figure. I can't believe how violent the left is. Like, this is a moment for people to wake up and realize that their neighbors, regardless of their political ideology, are not their enemies, okay? On the one hand, this dipshit in charge keeps repeatedly saying, oh, it's the country is so divisive because the left is so divisive. Meanwhile, that reflection is a way to beef up the tensions. That statement in and of itself is divisive. The president is saying that specifically so you think, if you are a Republican, if you're a Trump voter and you're in here, which not many of you are, obviously, but he's saying that so you don't pay attention to all of the real problems that you're experiencing. Part of the reason why the cost of goods is going up, cost of groceries is going up, is because of his also insane tariffs regime too, which many Republicans actually did not enjoy, which is why he went back and forth on whether he was going to do tariffs at all. Not that it matters, because even that volatility caused a lot of issues. So yeah, I guess if you're in the top 10% of wealth right now that own 90% of the entirety of the stock market, as the stock market is like propped up by the confidence that it always has to be a bull market, therefore your net worth will grow. If you're a part of that group, an increasingly smaller number of people in this country, then things are looking relatively fine. But even though there is still a lot of political instability, and you recognize it, and that probably frustrates you, right? And you are still impacted by the affordability crisis, and obviously it's less meaningful the wealthier you get. But the president is not even remotely invested in fixing any of these issues. What will it take for you to realize that this is no longer a left-right fight, and it never really was? People refuse to recognize this as an up and down fight rather than a left-right fight. It is not your neighbors that are your enemies here. It is not the random Guatemalan migrant that's just like working for pennies on the dollar that is the reason why you are experiencing unprecedented affordability issues. That's still left-right? No, it's not. No, it's not. Not at all. There are liberal billionaires. There are Republican billionaires. There are conservative billionaires. Capital owners come from every different background, color, and creed. Exhibit class solidarity first and foremost. Easily understood by the layman. What I'm talking about is profit over people. Okay? If you put profits over the interests of the citizens, then you are of the capital owner class, or you are at least a loyal soldier for the capital owner class. Now, this doesn't mean that there aren't people out there who get way too invested in the partisan narratives, or way too invested in the narratives that undocumented migrants are responsible for all of this violence in this country, or the affordability crisis in this country. There certainly are. People do eat it. People do believe it. But it is upon all of us to try to pull them back to reality to the best of our ability.
I'd love to tell you that, to be honest, but all I do is I make enemies. They'll say, why didn't you pick me? There are people that have great talent that aren't being utilized right. And I'm pretty good at that. I think I'm good at talent. And you have people that are really very good. Now, if I name 5, and I could do that quickly, but I'm going to have 6 or 7 that are going to be really angry that I didn't name them. And so it would be a really dumb question to, if I answer that question, I can only get myself in trouble. I will say this. You have some people that are terrific on Fox and elsewhere that really would do well. When I look at Jimmy Kimmel, he had no talent. He had no talent. He was a crazy. I don't know if you remember, I did a Truth before he gave out the Best Picture Award in the Academy Awards. He hosted it. He did a terrible job. I said, what a terrible job he did. He's the worst host in Academy history. And this was during the show, and he saw it. And just before the climax of the whole show, like Best Picture or Best Actor, whatever it was, he read my Truth, saying about how bad he was. And then, I dispute this. It was the craziest thing I've ever seen. His wife was begging him not to do it. His agent was begging him not to do it. There's something wrong with the guy. When I look at Fallon, he's the most insecure-looking person I've ever seen on television. And the other one, Colbert, who just got...
Bro, getting mad at Jimmy Fallon is so crazy, from the right especially. Like, he is exactly what you want. Like, what do you want then? You just want Greg Buttfeld, I guess. It's like, Jimmy Fallon is basically the most apolitical vessel you could have as a late night talk show host. And the rest of these guys are also not exactly card carrying anti-fascist, radical Trantifa members either. Okay. But like, Jimmy Fallon is basically the most milquetoast out of all of them. Every single one of them are vanilla from Jimmy Kimmel onward. But Jimmy Fallon himself is like the most vanilla, the most milquetoast. Like, what the fuck? I just don't understand, like, what the expectation is here. That, like, every late night talk show host is supposed to be like a card carrying Fox News host or something.
Canceled, as you know. Just terrible. And it's 100, think of this, it's 100% bad about Trump. They don't say it's anything good. Even conservatives, somebody said I think in 2 years, 2 or 3 of them, maybe all 3 of them, they never even spoke to a Republican or conservative. It's one of the reasons they do so badly, because they don't realize what's happening. But when you look at these shows and when you look at how untalented they are, I could get people off the street to do a better job than Colbert. He's terrible. He's terrible. And it's not because he says bad things. I don't watch it. Purposely, I don't watch it, but I don't find it enjoyable. I don't find him good. I don't find any of the 3. I could get people off the street. Right now, you and I could walk outside of the beautiful White House, walk down the street. I could look at some people, and they would do better in ratings, and they would have more talent than any of those 3 guys.
That'd be a good bit for our new show.
Well, we could do it. Let's do it sometime. I mean, actually, we can do it now because Washington, D.C. is safe. See, that was a good way of getting into that. But no, it's funny. Washington, oh boy, it was so bad. And now it's so good. People are going to restaurants again. The restaurants, new ones are opening. Washington, D.C. is now a really safe city. And a year ago, it was a disaster.
Shit. All right, we interrupt the Trump broadcast to go live to Stephen Miller.
J. Trump.
Joseph Goebbels himself speaking at the Charlie
to
Kirk
millions
Memorial.
Of Americans all across this land who are gathered in sadness and sorrow to mourn Charlie Kirk, but also to dedicate ourselves to finishing his mission and achieving victory in his name. The day that Charlie died, the angels wept. But those tears have been turned into fire in our hearts. And that fire burns with a righteous fury that our enemies cannot comprehend or understand. When I see Erica and her strength and her courage, I'm reminded of a famous expression. The storm whispers to the warrior that you cannot withstand my strength. And the warrior whispers back, I am the storm. America is the storm. We are the storm. And our enemies cannot comprehend our strength, our determination, our resolve, our passion. Hails back to Athens, to Rome, to Philadelphia, to Monticello. Our ancestors built the cities. They produced the art and architecture. They built the industry. America stands on the shoulders of thousands of years of warriors, of women who raised up families, raised up city, raised up industry, raised up civilization,
who pulled us out of the caves and the darkness into the light.
Bro.
The light will defeat the dark. We will prevail over the forces of wickedness.
Dude, I don't think Americans give enough of a shit about this like nerdy Nazi stuff, dude. The average hog that resembles Stephen Miller's politics is watching the NFL right now and just wants jalapeno poppers. They are never going to be convinced that they are this like mythological race that is higher than everybody else. I don't think so. I think that's like there's too much investment that you need to put into believing this like Groyper style narrative, this like neo-Nazi narrative that the superior race built the Roman Empire and the cathedrals and then Philadelphia. Like,
who lift up humanity. You thought you could kill Charlie Kirk? You have made him immortal. You have immortalized Charlie Kirk. And now millions will carry on his legacy. And we will devote
there are really people who
the
believe
rest
this?
of our
Oh, certainly. No, I know there are people who believe this shit. Yes. I know. But like their numbers are not as vast or as large. They're not as organized as you would think because this stuff requires too much belief, too much commitment. Like we don't have the fundamentals, I think, in the United States of America. We're like far too individualistic, for example. Like we're too interested, for example, and we're too treat obsessed to get together and just like subscribe to this notion of this superiority of the white race. Even those who technically do believe in the superiority of the white race are going to look at this and be like, this is too nerdy. Like, I don't give a shit about this.
You leave behind nothing. To our enemies, you have nothing to give. You have nothing to offer. You have
people
nothing
in the
share.
chat are being like, no, dude, you don't understand. Like, there's average conservative white dude believes this shit. Like, they think they're the Ubermensch. Okay, I didn't say they don't, but this is way too fucking nerdy is what I mean. This is way too nerdy for the average conservative guy. The average conservative guy's not tuning into this. They're watching football right now.
We will defend light. We will defend virtue. You cannot terrify us. You cannot frighten us. You cannot threaten us. Because we are on the side of goodness. We are on the side of God. And to my friend Charlie, to my brother Charlie, I know you are looking at us right now. I know you're watching Erica right now. I know you're watching your children right now. And I promise you, my friend, I promise you, my brother, we will prove worthy of your sacrifice. We will prove worthy of your time on earth. We will make you proud. We will finish the job. We will defeat the forces of darkness and evil. And we will stand every day for what is true, what is beautiful, what is good. And we will achieve victory for our children, for our families, for our civilization, and for every patriot who stands with us. God bless you. God bless Turning Point. God bless Erica. God bless the Kirk family. God bless our heroes. And God bless the United States of America. Thank you.
Please welcome to the stage Susie Wiles.
That was less. That was more restrained. That was more restrained than I thought it was gonna be. I thought he was gonna be like, we're gonna kill leftists and stuff. Like leftist bodies are gonna be dropping dead. Like we're gonna hang them in public square, stuff like that. Yeah, you're right about the football part. Yeah, I saw this. What's the record for most turnovers and still winning a game? Asking for a friend. You aren't watching the Charlie Kirk Memorial? And nobody is tuning in until the big man starts speaking, okay? And even then, the number of people that tune in are going to be not as large, okay? It's just not happening. Like, who the fuck's like, oh, I can't wait to see Susie Wiles' take on fucking Charlie Kirk.
Like our president says, it's a movement of common sense.
There are 500,000 viewers on YouTube. It don't matter, brother. What are you talking about? You think that means anything? Yeah, I'm sure people have it on their fucking YouTube page, but they're not tuning in. They are watching football, okay? It's NFL Sunday. They are watching motherfucking football.
When the president's 2024 campaign partnered with Turning Point, Charlie did not just promise, he delivered. Charlie and his team embraced the assigned mission completely, and they didn't meet expectations. They shattered them.
Like, think about it this way. You're talking about this like massive event, right? And I think on the Charlie Kirk, the Charlie Kirk YouTube page, there's like a shit ton of people watching. Like, what is it? 500,000 people, you said? Right? Okay. 500,000 people is a lot of people, for sure. 300,000 people watched Candace Owens' first video. Like 300 or 400,000 people watched Candace Owens' first Charlie Kirk video. Okay? In real time. Like, those numbers should not even be remotely close. And this is before we even talk about like the bots. And no, Candace Owens is not allowed to speak here. Okay? Dave B 2988. Thank you for the 25 get the subs. My cousin literally flew to Arizona to go to this. Oh my God, that's amazing. That is amazing. God, I don't know. Be careful what you wish for, maybe, but like I do wish like I had that level of connection with somebody. I mean, somebody that's like that connected to this and that invested in this shit. God damn. I would love to understand the mindset of a person who is a part of the Mass Hog event. Oh, that's so sick.
Ladies and gentlemen, Tucker Carlson.
Oh, that made me emotional. Made me emotional to see that.
Uh-oh.
Susie Wiles had tears in her eyes, which you don't often see in politics, but it's real. This is the most unbelievable thing I think I've ever seen. And whatever happens next in America, I hope it's in this direction, because God is here and you can feel it. And Charlie would have loved this, not just because he loved large groups of people, but because ultimately he was a Christian evangelist. And it actually reminds me of my favorite story ever. So it's about 2,000 years ago in Jerusalem, and Jesus shows up and he starts talking about the people in power, and he starts doing the worst thing that you can do, which is telling the truth about people, and they hate it, and they just go bonkers. They hate it, and they become obsessed with making him stop. This guy's got to stop talking. We've got to shut this guy up.
Is he making
And I can just sort of picture the scene.
Oh my God, he's comparing Charlie to Jesus.
Guys sitting around eating hummus, thinking about what do we do about this guy telling the truth about us? We must make him stop talking.
Eating hummus? Oh, he's saying the Jews wanted to kill Jesus.
And I can just hear him say, I've got an idea. Why don't we just kill him? That'll shut him up. That'll fix the problem.
Oh God.
It doesn't work that way.
Wait,
it doesn't
what
work
the
that way.
fuck?
Everything is inverted, and the Beatitudes tell it, I think, the most crisply. Everything is sort of the opposite of what you think it's going to be. Blessed are those who mourn, for they will be comforted. That is true.
Yeah, Jesus, famously, he was running around talking about the Great Replacement and how we must kill the poor.
Emotional, because in addition to everything else, he was a wonderful man and a decent man, and one of those rare people you meet who you just groove with in conversation and have these very intense conversations that you don't stop thinking about, which is my experience with him. But the main thing about Charlie and his message, he was bringing the gospel to the country. He was doing the thing that the people in charge hate most, which is calling for them to repent. So how is Charlie's message different? And Charlie was a political person who was deeply interested in coalition building and in getting the right people in office, because he knew that vast improvements are possible politically. But he also knew that politics is not the final answer. It can't answer the deepest questions, actually. That the only real solution is Jesus. And the reason, it's really simple. Politics, at its core, is a process of critiquing other people and getting them to change. Christianity, the gospel message, the message of Jesus, begins with repentance. Christianity calls upon you to change. Our core prayer given to us by Jesus, the Lord's Prayer,
He's trying to become close.
demands that we forgive other people, but preceding that is a request for our forgiveness. In other words, forgive us our sins, meditate on what we've done wrong, how we've fallen short, and then it becomes possible to forgive other people. That is a call to change our hearts from Jesus, and that is the only way forward in this country. That is the only solution to where we all know we're going. And Charlie knew where we were going without that. And that is not a call for being politically passive. Of course not. I stood at many stages with Charlie calling for various people to be elected, particularly Donald Trump. And I'm proud of that. It's only an acknowledgement that what Charlie was really saying is that change begins, the only change that matters, when we repent of our sins. We, me. A recognition that the real problem is me and how fallen I am. And that was the reason that Charlie was fearless at all times, truly fearless to his last moment. He was unafraid, he was not defensive, and there was no hate in his heart. I know that because I've got a little hate compartment in my heart, and I would often express that to Charlie about various people, and he would always say, that's a sad person, that's a broken person, that's a person who needs help, that's a person who needs Jesus. He said that in private because he meant it. So I guess I would just say this gathering and God's presence, God's very obvious presence in this room, the presence of Jesus, is a reminder of what we've known for 2,000 years, which is any attempt to extinguish the light causes it to burn brighter. Every single time. So as we into whatever comes next, and clearly something's coming next, remember this moment. Remember being in a room with the Holy Spirit humming like a tuning fork. This is the way. Right here. This is the way. And that is what Charlie Kirk was saying underneath it all. Thank you, and God bless.
We're becoming close any moment. Tucker Carlson is a fake. Tucker Carlson is a phony. He didn't mention that we're going to become closed on Tuesday, and he barely alluded to how he made a comparison to Jesus and Charlie. He invited that comparison by referencing Jesus being killed for saying the truth, and he said it was a bunch of hummus eaters that killed him, as in an implication that the Jews were the ones who killed Jesus, and how, you know, a similar thing may or may not have happened. That was the closest you were going to get to a dog whistle in that regard. I think that was what was going on there. Not going to lie, that was a little out of character for normally someone who's a good speaker. Was the hummus comment not a dog whistle? No, I think it was, yeah. Is hummus Jewish? No, but it doesn't matter. The reason why he brought that up, why would anybody ever say a bunch of people were sitting around eating hummus thinking about how to deal with this Jesus Christ guy? Who the fuck do you think he's mentioning there, dude? Like, it doesn't take a brilliant mind to figure out what kind of, like, this dog whistle itself is not exactly a very dog whistle itself is not exactly designed for the smartest people to comprehend.
Kinds of events. Significant to hear from her because it speaks to how the Trump administration and how the White House sees Kirk's influence in their campaign and in their administration as well.
That's right, Hallie. And with apologies for our video quality, we've been asked to turn off all the lights here on the riser for the remainder of the program. Those remarks from Susie Wiles were unusual in every conceivable way. I've covered the Trump White House and Trump campaign for going on 3 years now, and she almost never speaks at events, never speaks in public. Even after the president won on election night, refused an opportunity to say a few words in public even then. She's the ultimate behind-the-scenes operator. I think both the fact that she chose to give remarks today and the evident emotion in her voice speaks to how important her relationship with Charlie Kirk
Oh my
was
God, this
to
is
her.
NBC, brother.
The Trump campaign at times.
This is NBC. I think everyone is just like straight up gearing towards like a complete Trumpian takeover. We are now entering the last stage of the Turkified media. This is exactly what happened in Turkey. All of these like billionaire, millionaire fucking owners of media companies wanted to win the graces of the authoritarian leadership and therefore started churning out pro-regime propaganda. At least like in the first Trump term, enough moneyed interests saw Donald Trump as like a threat to capital accumulation because he was too unstable, and therefore they at least offered like adequate coverage, adequate pushback to the nonsensical things that Trump was doing. I mean, it's just wild. Like, that they're just farming this, and they're taking like such a notable pro-Trump, pro-Charlie Kirk stance in their coverage. Obviously, my expectation isn't that they just like poo-poo all over the thing, right? That's not my expectation at all. Having said that, however, I mean, you don't have to engage in the evangelizing and the deification of this figure, you know? They're like, everyone is so distraught. Everyone is so emotional.
Money and connect with the grassroots. That's probably the single most important element of this, activating these younger folks who can be not just voters, but also organizers, volunteers, ballot chasers in the states where it's legal. There really is, a huge shift of the kind of work that we used to see decades ago. The parties institutionally doing themselves, now becoming the work of outside groups like Turning Point, Hallie.
And all of it, Garrett, we know, after Kirk's assassination, setting off a new series of questions and in some instances concerns about free speech in America and what that means. As we see, by the way, as I turn to the left side of your screen up here, Vice President J.D. Vance now walking in. He has arrived at the stadium, shaking hands with those in the president's box as well. He obviously has spoken about his close relationship with Charlie Kirk as a de facto advisor during Vance's political ascension as well, Garrett.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, J.D. Vance has said he wouldn't be vice president if it weren't for Charlie Kirk. Kirk was such an important booster for him. And yeah, I will say this is one of the pieces of this that has not been particularly brought up today, given that it's a memorial and still the nature of that. But the idea of Charlie Kirk's First Amendment role, I think, is going to be a critical part of his legacy and the debate over his legacy going forward. His supporters would tell you he was sort of a First Amendment purist. He believed it was important to go onto these college campuses and to argue for the ideas he believed in, the importance of doing that with words, not with violence. He would talk in his lectures about the idea that when people stop talking, that's when bad things happen. His critics will say he used the guise of the First Amendment to push, spurious ideas or to push, concepts that could be described as hate speech, which in and of itself has created a new irony, Hallie, given the idea of a crackdown on groups who might have opposed Kirk being labeled as hate speech, something that the White House has now sort of shut down after the Attorney General received enormous backlash from conservatives for saying she was going to target hate speech, an idea that conservatives just in general have rejected going back years.
Yeah. Garrett Haake inside the stadium there in Glendale. You see speaking now the Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard. We'll listen in.
Arguments with truth, reason, propelled and motivated by his love for God, his love for others, his love for our great nation. His words were his weapons. He slayed ignorance. He cut through lies, and he woke people's minds, inspired people's hearts, and imparted.
Yeah, nope. What are the odds that Elon and Trump make up again today, a behind-the-scenes meeting? I don't know. I mean, there hasn't been a lot of like anti-Trump sentiment coming from Elon and vice versa as of late, but they have a lot of... They both have very big egos, so that probably makes it a lot harder for them to cave. They're massive narcissists. Here's more Kirk deification. Here's a clip from one of the church services, Prestonwood Baptist in Texas. The pastor Jack Graham makes clear this is not an actual clip of Charlie Kirk. He never said these words. This is an entirely AI-generated fabrication that nonetheless garners a standing ovation. So far, 3 churches have used the AI-generated audio clip of Charlie Kirk in services this weekend.
On AI, artificial intelligence, from the words of Charlie Kirk, I was so moved just to hear it between services. You're hearing something the first service didn't. But I want you to watch this clip and hear what Charlie is saying regarding what happened to him this past week.
Bro, that is nutty.
First, I want you to know I'm fine, not because my body is fine, but because my soul is secure in Christ. Death is not the end. It's a promotion. Don't waste 1 second mourning me. I knew the risks of standing up in this cultural moment, and I'd do it all over again. Second, do not let this violence divide us further. The enemy wants chaos, fear, and retaliation. Don't give it to them. Instead, double down on truth. Double down on courage. Double down on your faith and on your families. That is how you honor me. Third, remember this. America is worth it. Free speech is worth it. Fighting for the unborn, for families, for sanity in a culture gone mad. It is all worth it. So dry your tears, pick up your cross, and get back in the fight. Do it with joy. Do it with strength. And never, ever let evil think it won.
Dude, are Americans okay? I don't think we're going to make it, dude. I'm going to keep it $150. Nobody's getting closed, okay? Nobody's getting harponzo beaned or whatever the fuck is called. Nobody's getting the big suck. We're all down here. I think the big suck already happened. None of us were worthy. We are living in the end times already, okay? It just, no one you know actually got the big suck. If it was actually going to happen, it already happened. We're in hell now. What the hell, brother? No one became closed, bro. Not a single one in that room is becoming closed. I want to point to something here, as I did yesterday over and over again when we were watching like the end times, the end time stuff. Okay. These people are represented with an outsized voice in American politics. For every voter in this room, and every single one of them vote, they get 100,000 times the voice as opposed to the average Hasanabi head in this chat. You want things like free healthcare, free college, high-speed rail network, better public transit in your cities, an opportunity to maybe own a home down the line, maybe public housing, right? Which means that there is not a single politician that represents your interests. Not even one. Like the closest you get to is like Bernie Sanders, AOC, and the like, okay? None of these ideas are radical. They, on the other hand, get everything they want, despite the fact that they are the vocal minority. It's crazy, man. It's crazy. I saw another AI video that was going around with Charlie, but like this time they also have Charlie on. Where the heck is it? Have you guys seen that? Have you guys seen like the nutty one? Ilhan Omar keeps it real with CNN's whitewashing attempt. Oh yeah, I saw this too. People are really worked up over this. I don't want to. No. You got to see it. It's great. It's goated. It's fantastic. It's amazing. It's art. It's kino. It's everything you'd ever want. Yep, that's the one. Getting convinced that AI is going to spawn the next messianic religious movement. Project Constitution, unshaken faith, unbelievable tribute. Charlie Kirk meets Paul, Peter in glory, faith over fear. Let's take a look at this. If they're the vocal minority, then why do the right win elections? Doesn't that mean there's more people on the left? I already described it to you. It's because the right offers their most vocal and their most active base of support, no matter how marginal they are, treats. They offer them things. They constantly propagandize for them. They create new villains for them. And then they tell them that they are the only ones tasked with taking out those villains. Okay? And they do this year round. They never stop doing this. Democrats, on the other hand, don't offer their base shit. The only thing that they offer their base is we're better than the other guys. And it is true. They are. Okay? Obviously, there are areas of major agreement, but there are also areas where they are actually marginally better or even significantly better than the Republicans. It's not really saying much. The problem is when the Democrats don't offer shit to their base of support beyond we're better than the Republicans, while simultaneously saying, you know, you got to hand it to the Republicans on certain issues like immigration. Maybe they were right. Most people are just not going to vote for that. And the ones that may have been in the margins are certainly not going to go for the diet version, when the diet version is basically recognizing that the full strength soda version, the Republican Party, is actually earnest in their agenda. That's it. That's why, with the exception of 2020, the plurality has always been non-voters in this country. Obviously, there are different hurdles in front of voting, such as voting on a work day, the Electoral College, making people feel as though their voices don't matter, and numerous other factors. But this is a major component. You have to offer something to your voters that they want to go out and vote for. Okay? It's that simple.
I'm Charlie. My faith cost me my life, but now I stand forever in glory with those who also stood firm. So at this time, I'd like to introduce you.
My aunt reposted this vid, Lamau. Oh, hell yeah.
You to some of my brothers and new friends.
My name is Paul, and I was beheaded for the gospel of Jesus Christ.
Jesus Christ, bro. What the fuck? Man, you're fake as hell for this? The fuck does that mean? What do you mean I'm fake as hell? This is fake, brother. What are you talking about? Dude, this is the most opposite of Islam. This is the most opposite of Islam I have ever seen from Christianity. This is the most opposite thing. Okay? In Islam, there is tremendous respect for all the prophets, including Jesus as well. Even though Muslims don't believe that Jesus was literally God or God's son, they also value Jesus as a prophet and show great respect to him, right? Isa. But also, Muslims don't portray the prophet. They don't. They never would ever paint the prophet or show an image of the prophet. This is the exact opposite of that, bro. This is like, not only are they portraying, I assume, both Jesus and all these other like the apostles and whatnot, but they're also making AI videos. They're making AI videos of the apostles, bro. That is fucking nutty. Isn't this supposed to be like idolatry? Isn't this like the opposite of what Christian teachings also are supposed to represent? I don't really know. I'm not a theologian, theologist, whatever the fuck you call it, but it kind of feels like this is some satanic shit. And yet boomers love this. It feels to me like this is blasphemy, but
Christ. My name is Andrew, and I was crucified for following the cross of Christ.
My name is Stephen, and I was stoned for proclaiming Christ as Lord.
My name is Peter, and I was crucified for my faith in Jesus.
My brothers and sisters, root yourself in a Bible-believing church. Pray for your enemies, for our battle is spiritual. It's time to awaken your faith. Rise up, speak truth without fear, and overwhelm the world with Jesus.
Blessed are those who are persecuted because of righteousness, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven. Yeah, my name is Henry. I'm just a regular dude. I don't know. They just kind of fucked me up. They put me in here, but I don't know about these other guys. What are the people saying in this? Charlie Kirk's death has awakened a sleeping giant. This is exactly the kind of courage I need. Now I'm crying again. I wish the Catholic Church would canonize him and declare him a martyr. Oh, what the fuck? This kind of shit is what makes my old days edgy atheist clawing at the walls of my brain like the Green Goblin mask. Yeah, no. I see that. Please look at this one. Oh, dude. This AI video is straightforwardly the most disrespectful shit I have ever seen in my life. Now, obviously, you guys know exactly what's taking place here, right? Notice, no, this isn't like this, bro, this is like desecrating. This is like desecrating the body type shit, okay? It is so imaginably fucked up. Let's take a look.
Don't worry about me. I'm in a better place now. But America and Israel, from this day on, will never be the same.
Brother, that is nutty, okay? That is the most insane shit I've ever seen in my life, bro. Dude, oh my Lord.
This is the wake-up call. They tried to shut me up. They couldn't stand a voice that didn't sound like theirs. And that's exactly why we have to fight. We exposed the lie. I spoke the truth, and they hated every second of it. I know you guys are hurting. It feels like you lost me. You didn't. You can't kill an idea. You can't murder faith. Spirit, it doesn't break. They mocked me. I kept going. Tried to silence me. I spoke louder. They warned me. No way.
Wait, so what's happening here?
Way. To silence me.
Is this like the Antifa headquarters? That's why they're all wearing masks? Is this like the Antifa headquarters where they were like plotting out his assassination?
You can't murder faith.
Also, was there a Greta mention in here? There is a Greta. Oh my God. Oh, there's an angry Greta on a Palestinian flotilla.
Tried to silence me.
And they're also in a tunnel. They're in a Hamas tunnel. It's Trantifa in a Hamas tunnel with their MacBooks. Everybody's wearing a mask because they're woke gay and worried about COVID, plotting out the Charlie Kirk assassination with people holding up. Obviously, it's AI, so you can't tell what they're supposed to say, except for this. This is Justice holding up signs in the Trantifa Hamas meeting.
I spoke louder. They warned me. No way. Truth.
But what I don't understand is why there's like crosses in the background.
To silence me, I spoke louder. They warned me.
Yeah, like there's an image in the background of like crosses.
No way. Truth's worth the price every single time. America was built on faith, on freedom, on family. Same with Israel. Standing tall, fighting back, never backing down. That's our bond. That's our story. And here's the thing. Those who tried to scare me only made me stronger. Those who tried to silence me proved I was right. So I'm asking you, don't go quiet. Don't bend. Don't give in. America needs you. Israel needs you. And when people...
The classic triple handshake, that's my favorite. You love to see it. 3 people handshaking.
Remember me?
Clapping.
Let it be for courage, for faith,
for
hope.
Fuck?
Because this wasn't the end. This was the opening shot of a change that's coming. And it's going to be for the better.
Bro, that's so much more disrespectful than whatever the fuck they're getting mad at with like Ilhan Omar, for example. This is what they're upset about, by the way, with Ilhan Omar. Oh, Pete Drungset is speaking now.
Means church. On this Sunday morning, I'd like to think we're all in Charlie's church. Charlie started a political movement, but unleashed a spiritual revival. My pastor texted me the day after that horrific event and said, Pete, the devil overplayed his hand. Charlie started with liberty, but ended up lighting our country on fire for Christ. He started Turning Point USA, but this moment is the turning point for the USA. Right now. He died the way he lived, speaking the truth. Charlie waged war not with a weapon, but with a tent, a microphone, his mind, and the truth. And the gates of hell could not prevail against him. He went into the darkest of places, like Paul in the book of Acts. He went into college campuses where they said we couldn't go, and he was the light. He was bold, he was brave.
Yeah, college campuses, just areas that you cannot enter.
The War Department, we know a little bit about heroism. I've seen it personally on the battlefield from Americans wearing camouflage, and I'm surrounded by men and women today who had the chance to witness the same.
The darkest place in American society, a college campus.
Charlie Kirk wanted to go to West Point. It never happened, obviously. His personal loss at that moment was our nation's great gain.
Yeah, Charlie also always lied about how he couldn't get into West Point because a black woman took his spot, which was a lie.
The heart of a soldier.
That's his
of the faith,
first
who put
big
on
thing.
every single day the full armor of God with a smile, as the scriptures tell all Christ followers.
Something that I always find funny about this stuff is like they'll be like, "This is a warrior culture," and you know who is our bravest warrior? A podcaster, you know. And it's just like, are we a warrior culture or are we not? Are we a bunch of yappers or are we a warrior culture? It's like, yeah, that's right. You too can also fight in this brave war by buying a Shure SM7B microphone and yelling into it about DEI. It just makes no dang sense.
Charlie has heard the words echoing now in heaven. Well done.
Oh, maybe it is happening. I was wrong.
And faithful servant. Charlie will take it from here. God bless.
They're kissing. The girlies are kissing and making up, it seems. I was wrong for thinking that the girlies would not because they're too narcissistic, too ego-driven. But maybe they will kiss and make up. Seems like they're putting a lot of pressure on Charlie to turn this economy around. I mean, it's just not going to happen. The economy is not turning around anytime soon because the entire purpose of the right is to not turn the economy around, but instead to keep it going in the ways that it does. Yeah. What do you think they're talking about? Sorry for calling you a pedo, Mr. President. Sorry for bringing up the Jeffrey Epstein stuff, which seemingly became a big deal, huh? Don't you think? Yeah, my mistake. My bad, bro. Oh, Jesus. Here we go.
We should strive to live our lives in perfect imitation of Christ. That we should turn every day and every moment and every interaction into a prayer. And Charlie understood the great paradox that it's only by surrender to God that God's power can flow into our lives and make us effective human beings. Christ died at 33 years old, but he changed the trajectory of history. Charlie died at 31 years old, but because he had surrendered, he also now has changed the trajectory of history. Charlie's other passion was free speech. He understood that the free flow of information was the soil, the water, the sunlight for democracy. He understood democracy's great advantage was that our policies were formed by ideas that had triumphed in a marketplace of debate and conversation. He thought that conversation was the only way to heal our country. And this was important, particularly important during a technological age when we are all hooked into.
Do you think it's the worm speaking right now? We'll have our answer if he starts mouthing off about fucking vaccines and how it's the Antichrist, the mark of the beast.
By our impulses for tribalism and for division. He felt that the only way to overcome that biological impulse was with a spiritual fire and with developing community. And the only way to develop community was through conversation. And so he always gave the biggest microphone to the people who were most passionately aligned against him, because he believed that we need to talk to each other and that we needed to be able to say what we mean without saying it mean. A few years ago, my brother David died, and I asked my mother, does the hole that they leave in you when they die, does it ever get any smaller? And she said to me, it never gets any smaller. And our job is to grow ourselves bigger around the hole. And we do that by taking the best qualities, the best, most admirable character traits of the person that died and integrate them with restraint, with discipline, with practice into our own character. And in doing that, we make ourselves larger and the whole gets proportionally smaller. But we also give a kind of immortality to the person who left us because their work continues through us. A couple of days ago, my niece, or my granddaughter, left for college in Europe. Her mother noticed that she packed a Bible. When her mother asked her why she made that choice, she
You know it's the worm because he fucked up the niece granddaughter thing. I don't believe that at all, bro. That's crazy.
And one of my first conversations with Charlie in July of
yeah, one of the Kennedys is becoming more godlike. Get the fuck out of here.
We challenge and interest, the physical risk. And he asked me if I was scared of dying. And I said to him, there's a lot worse things than death. And one of those things is if we lost our constitutional rights in this country and that our children were raised as slaves. And I said to Charlie, I said, sometimes the best consolation we can hope for is that we get to die with our boots on. Well, Charlie died with his boots on. And he died to make sure that we didn't have to undergo those fates that are worse than death. So let's remember Charlie. He was, for those of us who were friends with Charlie, we don't need any more evidence of the love of God, because the evidence, the friendship is the best evidence that God loves us all. Thank you and God bless you.
I can't tell if he's like about to cry or if that's just how he sounds. It's got to be the worm though. It was definitely the worm talking. It was the worm doing all the talking. Dude, come on. They're going to heavily use religion and politics to try and win all the boomers and even more and attack their competition. Separation of church and the state seems to be getting thin. Dude, what are you talking about? Brother, listen. Are there still like, diehard loyalists within the Christian fandom? Absolutely. Okay. The evangelical the white evangelical Protestant Christian movement is firmly committed to Trump already. Are they winning over new people with this Christ narrative? Fuck no. I don't believe that in this day and age, in 2025, that Americans are going to wake up and become more religious. Okay? That's it. I just don't see that happening at all. I think Americans are, again, too selfish to believe in anything other than the treats that they're going to consume. They're too predisposed with their own shit.
I am to shed a tear. I know this because I've even gotten the call from that guy a couple times. You know, Don.
Oh, you're doing a Trump?
You're getting a little aggressive on social media, Don. Relax.
He has a worse Trump than me, which is crazy.
But last week, when I received word that Charlie, who was like a little brother to me, had been assassinated, I was truly devastated. We all were. And we're here today to celebrate the way he lived his life and to remember the way he changed so many of ours. So I want to start where I know Charlie would want me to, with what was most important to him, and that was his relationship with Christ. Hey, Charlie knew more about the Bible than me is an understatement, folks. It's like saying Donald Trump knows more about being president than Hillary Clinton or Kamala Harris. No kidding! But when Charlie was asked in an interview how he'd want to be remembered, he said, "I want to be remembered for my courage, for my faith." And let me tell you guys, those were not empty words. Last week, Charlie joined a long line of courageous men and women who were martyred for what they believe. According to the book of Acts, the first martyr in the early Christian church was Stephen, who was stoned to death. And as Stephen was being killed, he said, "Behold, I see the heavens opened and the Son of Man standing at the right hand of God." Now, there are many times in the Bible where Jesus is seated at the right hand of God, but this is the only time he's seen standing. And while the Bible isn't explicit about this, I like to think Jesus was standing to welcome Stephen, the courageous martyr, into heaven.
Steven Crowder, low-key mad as fuck that everyone's acting like Charlie pioneered the debating college
And
kids
today,
shit. I'm the only one who
that
cares
gives
about
me
the
great
truth. I'm the only one who keeps giving Steven Crowder the proper credit for the change my mind shit. And it's like even before him, obviously Ben Shapiro was doing it too with the SJW slam dunk compilations. But you're right. You're right. If I'm Crowder, I'm pissed. Steven Crowder, the only reason why anybody knows who he is because of the change my mind shit that he was doing. He did that. He pioneered it. It's crazy that everyone now will forever immortalize Charlie Kirk with the change my mind bit that Steven Crowder basically sequenced out and made more popular than ever before. It's a fucking meme.
And for me, it was inspiring. And now, in the face of unthinkable loss.
Imagine if Charlie also cross-dressed too, and then they were like, Charlie pioneered cross-dressing and going to a Planet Fitness. Steven Crowder is done at that point. Like, those are the last two things he had, right? Cross-dressing and going to fucking gyms and yelling and doing the change my mind shit. Trump is actually starting to sink in Christian circles now, except white evangelicals, where he's at 72%. Of course they are. I'm sorry. It is the most nefarious force. I don't like to generalize any group by beliefs or anything, and I don't think evangelicals are even a monolithic force. But low-key, it is the most nefarious, most pervasive force of negativity in American politics. Okay? Motherfucker said, pause, please, on Don Jr. You really want to hear everything Don Jr. has to say? You want to hear him, like, try to fucking incorrectly read out scripture or some shit? Who gives a fuck what he has to say, dude? Get out of here. He's got no motion. Here, there you go. Here's Don Jr. in his words.
That sounded like a great reason to pack it up and head out. But it was one of the many times that I would agree with Charlie, who said, "No way, we're going out there anyway." At one of the last events of the 2024 campaign at Arizona State, some lunatic called it a threat to try to keep us from going on the stage. Again, we went out there anyway, without fear. Charlie led the way.
Okay,
his message was clear then, and his message is clear now.
Not the best thing to mention here, don't you think?
We won't back down. We won't be intimidated. The Bible says over 100 times in the pages of Scripture, do not be afraid. And the 100,000 people here today are a signal to the world. Our message of faith, family, and country will not be silenced.
There's never been a moment in the history of American politics where these guys have ever shut the fuck up. If you recall, if you're an old head, if you were here when I was covering Trump 1, I would always say, like, they kept repeating that they were actually the silent majority, but in fact, they were just the can't shut the fuck up minority. They literally have always been the loudest voices. That's the only thing they have is how loud they are and how much they love yapping. God damn. They love yapping so much, and they also love yapping about how everyone wants to silence them.
We don't destroy them, and we certainly don't sink to violence. We don't burn down their businesses. We don't scream at their children at Disneyland. No. We debate. We stand tall. And we win with our ideas. The true extremists are those who would justify and celebrate taking an innocent life over nothing more than disagreement. That is the real radicalism, and we reject it completely. Charlie delighted in his belief that people could be persuaded. He believed the way to win hearts was with truth, with courage, and with conversation. He would always be the first to say, "You are welcomed here." And that's what I want to leave you with today. If we're truly going to honor Charlie properly, his loss cannot be the end of the story. His legacy must be that when they took his life, 1 million more Charlies stepped up to fill.
I need you guys to understand something. This is the president's favorite podcaster. Okay? This is the president's favorite YouTuber that we are memorializing. I never thought that I would see the day where American fascism would not only be so violent, but also, ironically enough, incredibly incompetent and silly. Okay?
Back down! Will you give up in fear? Good. If you're among the millions of people watching today.
Has a royal jester ever received such praise? I don't think so, man. Just jealous. It isn't you that's getting
Charlie's
a full stadium
message,
brother.
Like Christ's, was an invitation.
I think the events that triggered this is not something that I would ever be jealous of, don't you think? That's an insane statement to make.
If you believe in faith, family, and freedom, then you are with us. No matter your past, no matter how you've voted, no matter where you come from, this movement is your home. If you're not already seated at this table, we have a seat prepared for you. If you believe in God and family and country, you are one of us. If you believe our government should put the interests of our citizens first, welcome.
When have they done that?
If you believe American workers deserve dignity and American families should be able to afford a good life on one salary, welcome. If you reject the propaganda of the fake news media, welcome. If you want to eradicate the criminal cartels and get drugs out of our communities, welcome. If you believe our best days are ahead and are willing to stand up to make America great again for your children and for generations to come, welcome. Charlie loved this country, its people, and the work of persuading others to believe in something greater than themselves. And if we live with that same courage, our legacy, like Charlie's, will live forever. Charlie, my brother, we love you, we miss you, and we will not let you down. And as the scripture promises, well done, good and faithful servant. Enter into the joy of your Lord. God bless, and thank you so much.
Here's a video of Trump and Elon yucking it up.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Secretary Pete Hegseth.
Sorry. I'm tweeting, hiding the Epstein. What is this, better one? Oh, they're handshaking too. Give him a little ass smack, dude. I'm so glad that they can let bygones be bygones. You know what I mean? He touched him in the butt and everything. I said, sorry for calling you a pedophile that is hiding the Epstein files, Mr. President. Elon asked Trump to send you to Guantanamo. Yeah, he's like, I have only one wish here, okay? I have only one wish. I'll let bygones be bygones if you just like put this one streamer on Twitch who had my baby mama on the broadcast one time years ago in fucking Guantanamo Bay. Oh, here it is. Here it is. Jedediah Vance.
Thank you. Thank you all so much. You know,
oh yeah, he is running. I mean, this is all like the guy who's benefiting the most from this Charlie Kirk assassination is JD Vance, because he's like, one, presented himself as like super close to Charlie and is using this, is farming this as best as possible.
our dear friend Charlie Kirk, and tonight,
I fixed the
we
tweet chat.
speak
Calm down.
with Charlie and for Charlie louder than ever. The evil murderer who took Charlie from us expected us to have a funeral today, and instead, my friends, we have had a revival in celebration of Charlie Kirk and of his Lord Jesus Christ. We gather here in this stadium in the hot Arizona sun, shielded in a great shining city our fathers raised out of the desert. And from this desert, Charlie Kirk built a movement. He transformed the face of conservatism in our own time, and in doing so, he changed the course of American history. To rising generations across this country, Charlie exemplified kindness, courage, and a commitment to open debate. And he was a great debater, and we loved him for it. But Charlie loved debate not because he excelled at it, but because it was the vehicle for bringing the light of truth to dark places. And Charlie Kirk brought many truths in his life. Charlie brought the truth that young people deserved a stake in the future and that they deserved to have a voice. He brought the truth that marriage and family were the highest callings, far more important than any job or educational credential. He brought the truth that our nation would fade unless it brought order to its neighborhoods and prosperity to its people. He brought the truth that life was precious, and we must fight to protect it at all stages and at all times.
He's having a hard time speaking, right? What's going on here?
But most of all, Charlie brought the truth that Jesus Christ was the King of Kings and that all truth flowed from this first and most important one. But Charlie, he did so much more than tell the truth, he lived it. Charlie understood that the best evangelization was not in what you said, but in how you lived your life. And in this city, he lived his life well. He raised a wonderful family. He had a beautiful wife, 2 beloved children, and a loving and godly home. In this, he showed us the importance of family. He lived 3 decades he had on this earth with a sense of Christian virtue that would make any man, any person proud. And in this, he showed the importance of following God. He was a kind-hearted man, a hard-working person, and any parent would be proud to have him as a son. In this, he showed the virtue of industriousness. He was present and loving as any child would hope of his or her father. And in
no quotes, just I am noticing that, like, when they're venerating and remembering a guy who is most notable for his statements, most notable for his like output as a political communicator, I have noticed a significant lack of what Charlie says. Interesting. I don't know what this is. It's concerning. Perhaps a bit concerning. No quotes at all.
Civilization.
No clips. No citations. No clips at all. I mean, he had a lot of clips. That was all he did. He was a clip compy guy, you know? Run a clip compy.
He was Athens and Jerusalem, the city of reason and the city of God in one person. But if he loved those places, they were not his home. America was his home, and he was willing to die for it. You know, Charlie, he loved this country with a contagious intensity. Anybody who talked to him knew it and felt it. He knew that America was a beautiful place and we had these incredible ideas, but he also knew that our country was a covenant between the generations past, present, and future. He believed this country's best days were not behind us, but ahead of us. But he knew those better days would have to be earned. They would have to be worked for. We would have to sacrifice and work and tell the truth. He knew that America wouldn't be saved just by pulling together seminars or talking about the right kind of books in front of the right kind of people. The movement which he created demanded more. It demanded courage. It demanded hard work. It demanded building, and it demanded leaders. And my friends, in Charlie Kirk, we found a great American leader. Now, our whole administration is here, but not just because we love Charlie as a friend, even though we did, but because we know we wouldn't be here without him. Charlie built an organization that reshaped the balance of our politics. Turning Point brought millions of young people into conversation with one another, brought millions of people into advocacy. He asked of us, not just that we talk about saving our country, but that we actually go and do it, and we do it together. But even as Charlie built on a grand scale, his greatness was never only in his ambition. It was measured in the everyday moments as well, in the way that he treated ordinary people each and every single day. You know, you learn a lot about someone by how they treat others when the cameras aren't on. Charlie treated staffers as well as he treated the President of the United States. When I was just a guy polling at nothing in my Senate race back in 2021, Charlie helped me, not because I was a future vice president, but because I was a dear friend. I saw just a couple of months ago when a White House staffer struggled with the weight of his job and the responsibilities of new fatherhood.
I really don't know how Donald Trump is going to muster up enough care and consideration to eulogize Charlie Kirk, because everything leading up to this very moment has just been him being like, yeah, he died. What are you going to do about it? It is what it is. Like, over and over again. They're like, Mr. President, are you mourning? Are you awash with grief? Are you feeling sad? And he's always like, I'm building a home. I'm building a ballroom. It's great. It's so great. Charlie would have loved the ballroom. Who knows? Maybe he wouldn't. Let's see. Let's see how he follows up all of these people just being like, Charlie loved the Bible and you should too. If you don't love the Bible, you're going to hell. We're going to put you in hell. Hell is Guantanamo Bay. We're putting you in Guantanamo Bay. Because, like, remember, he doesn't like when someone outstages him. He's a massive fucking megalomaniac, a huge narcissist. He hates when he is not the center of attention. It sounds like petty libtard theories or whatever, but like it is actually true. He cannot get himself to properly grieve anyone. He never can communicate about death correctly. It's a through line throughout his entire career, and certainly been worse in the last couple of years. His brain has deteriorated. I can't wait to see what he's going to do here. I'm not kidding.
He knew that we were all children of God.
I'd be shocked.
He knew deep down the truth of Scripture. And from that confidence, everything else flowed. That unshakable belief in the gospel led him to see differences in opinion, not as battlefields to conquer, but as way stations in the pursuit of truth. He knew it was right to love others.
You guys want to know something nuts?
Your neighbor, your interlocutor.
You want to hear something fucking insane, dude? JD Vance is 7 years older than me. That's it. He's only 7 years older than me. How crazy is that? Think about that.
Charlie was slain, doing what he loved, telling the truth, proclaiming his faith, building out a dream. And now he's gone, and our hearts feel so empty because he's been taken from us.
Yes, he's
He's
57.
been taken
I'm 50.
from his
He's
parents
57.
and from his sister.
Dumbass.
He has been taken from our darling Erica and their beautiful children. And Erica, I know I speak for this entire auditorium when I say that we love you and we will never stop standing by your side, just as Charlie did. He was taken from us by those who despise the virtues that actually made our civilization great to begin with. Dialogue, truth-seeking, family.
This motherfucker wrote a
and
book
faith.
about how his mother traded him in for some crack and became famous. Yep, that's the thing that happened.
Of humanity.
But also, do you really not understand why she did that when you hear him speak? Let's be real. Come on now.
And celebrate his death.
That's a
I
great
know
deal.
that this makes you angry just as it has made me angry. But it is easy in these moments to see only the worst of our fellow man. I found myself wishing that I could pick up the phone and talk to my friend and ask him for his advice and his counsel. To ask him how to respond to such hate and the souls from which that hate springs.
Why are they
But I can't
behind
call
some
my friend
glass? They're behind
because he was
bulletproof
murdered
glass.
for speaking the truth.
Even though, I
I
don't know,
can
they're
only guess
supposed to be surrounded by
at what he might
like-minded
say
individuals. Who knows?
And what he would encourage me to do. And here's what I think. I think he would encourage me to be honest that evil still walks among us. Not to ignore it for the sake of a fake kumbaya moment, but to address it head on and honestly as the sickness that it is.
Oh yeah, this is what I was referencing. This is what I was referencing when I said they don't give a shit. Like Trump especially. Maybe JD Vance is a dedicated brown noser, a sociopath, a career man. He understands like how he must present himself in this moment so that he can garner attention and good favor for his 2028 run. But Donald Trump cannot even get himself to care. Look at this. I can't even fucking, God, this is such ass audio. Trump talking about Charlie Kirk Memorial. We look to it as a time of healing, a time of whatever. That's what he said. A time of whatever.
He would tell me to put on the full armor of God and get back to work.
Time of whatever. Celebrate the life of a great man today. Really a great man. He's a young man, but a great man, and we look forward to it. It really is. We want to look at it as a time of healing, a time of whatever. That something like this could have happened is not even believable.
A time of whatever, you know. This is something that happened.
Charlie suffered a terrible fate, my friends. We all know it. We all saw it. But think, it is not the worst fate. It is better to face a gunman than to live your life afraid to speak the truth. It is better to be persecuted for your faith than to deny the kingship of Christ. It is better to die a young man in this world than to sell your soul for an easy life with no purpose, no risk, no love, and no truth. Christ told us in the Gospel of John, I have said these things to you, that in me you may have peace. In the world you will have tribulation, but take heart. I have overcome the world. Charlie took heart, and now we must do the same. I've seen so many of you say, so many on social media, talk about for Charlie. We must do this for Charlie. For Charlie, we will speak the truth every single day. For Charlie, we will rebuild this United States of America to greatness. For Charlie, we will never shrink, we will never cower, and we will never falter, even when staring down the barrel of a gun. For Charlie, we will remember that it is better to stand on our feet defending the United States of America.
Bro, it's hard not to be a fucking r/atheist after these events. Like, it's crazy. Like, but I guess it was kind of like this during the Bush era too. Like, they really hammed up the fucking Christianity narratives. And obviously a lot of that militant atheism turned into unrestrained Islamophobia very quickly. But initially, at the peak of militant anti-theism, Reddit atheism and whatnot, they were consistently shitting on George W. Bush for being this like incredible religious figure or whatever, even though he wasn't, right? But like a lot of the stuff that he was doing, like the stem cell research, I still remember the stem cell research stuff was a major point of contention for a lot of like the militant atheists in this country that were just so frustrated and were mad about the setback in science. Yeah, for those of you who don't know, George W. Bush made stem cell research illegal. Okay? I know it's from a bygone era. It sounds so crazy, but there was also a conversation about teaching evolution in the schools. That was another thing. That was another big like culture war issue. They were doing the same shit that they're doing right now. The Republicans always do this. This is culture war stuff. You're really inflaming tensions by hitting whatever kind of like cultural touch points the white evangelical Protestant movement gives a shit about. And at that point, there was a lot of discontent from militant atheism, specifically towards like Christian nationalism. And of course, unfortunately, there was a good deal of like anger and resentment towards Islam as well. And once Obama became president, a lot of those guys then obviously turned around and put the crosshairs on Islam. Voter registration offered a table here at today Charlie Kirk Memorial in Glendale, Arizona. That is crazy. Yeah, there were conversations about cloning too. There was another thing. What is that noise? What the hell is going on? By the way, the reason why I keep going back to Dua Lipa is not because it's an aperitif or a palate cleanser in between everything that's happening, but because Dua Lipa has dropped her agent David Levi after he signed a letter calling to stop Kneecap from performing at Glastonbury due to their pro-Palestine activism. She views him as being a supporter of Israel's war in Gaza and the terrible treatment of the Palestinians, and that was made very clear through the letter he signed and sent to Michael Eavis, the Daily Mail reports. Okay? My queen, my goat, my dua. We are all going to do a dua for Dua Lipa. We are all Albanian on this beautiful, glorious day. Okay? Dave's really mourning. Yeah, I already joked about this. Invite her to the podcast. I would die. It's never gonna happen though. What is this? Why are they showing random shit in the crowd? Also, speaking of Kneecap, there's an update on this as well. There's an update on the Kneecap stuff. Like Canada barred Kneecap from entering the country. That was also very cool. Very cool. On the one hand, Mark Scarney is offering a little bit of recognition, conditional recognition to Palestinian statehood, okay, as a way to just like try to silence the discontent from the masses. On the other hand, they're doing shit like that still. This does not make sense. Why are they on the one hand punishing the people who were right all along while simultaneously caving to their demands? Think. This doesn't make any sense. But I suspect you will see a lot more of this kind of like speaking out of both sides of their mouth liberalism. Okay? You'll see a lot more liberals being like, well, we're pro-Palestine now. Come on. Yeah, sure. Israel's doing a genocide. But like, also, you were always wrong and annoying for addressing it early on and demanding that we address it. As a matter of fact, it might have even stopped us from addressing it earlier. We would have done it, but it's just if it wasn't for you fucking losers being so mean. So just remember that. Palestinian statehood recognition is a step in the right direction, but it means nothing if you deny the genocide. It means nothing if you continue doing arms transfers to Israel. Straight up. And yes, Kid Starver also came out and hit the state recognition shit. Obviously, Israel is very mad about this because any kind of pushback, no matter how marginal, no matter how symbolic, is absolutely unacceptable. Erica Kirk is on. Is this Erica Kirk? Yeah, the only thing we got is that it pissed off BB. That's it. Listen. Palantir is currently, by way of Pegasus, tracking your facial movements. Okay, so if you think that your facial movements are not being tracked in this very moment and being logged in a database to figure out exactly what level of concentration camp you're going to be sent to, make no mistake, that is what's happening. Do not say anything. Do not do anything. You are being watched. Okay? You are being fucking watched. Act accordingly. How the fuck can they track my face when they can't see my face? Dog, you're surrounded by cameras on your phone and all over the place. Okay?
Bless all of you for coming here from all over the world to honor and celebrate my Charlie. Just a few miles from here, 2 years ago at America Fest 2023,
y'all better be sufficiently
Charlie
crying right now.
delivered a speech on stage for our TPUSA Faith event. Charlie loves speaking off the cuff. He's very good at that, without a script. So I personally didn't know what he was going to say. And what he chose to speak about that day was his submission to the will of God. He quoted one of his favorite Bible verses, Isaiah chapter 6, verse 8. Here I am, Lord.
Do people do that? Like, do people actually
Send
quote
me.
scripture to one another while rizzing each other up?
After Charlie finished, I met
I
him
always
backstage.
thought it was like made up.
And I spoke to him, and I'll never forget
A
this.
lot of people are saying yes
I
in the
said, Charlie,
chat.
baby,
Concerning.
please talk to me next time before you say that statement. Because when you say something like that, there is so much power in that verse.
Concerning.
When you say, here I am, Lord, use me, God will take you up on that. And he did with Charlie. 11 days ago, God accepted that total surrender from my husband and then called him to his side. More than anything, Charlie wanted to do not his will, but God's will. And over these past 11 days, through all the pain, never before have I found as much comfort as I now do in the words of our Lord's Prayer, thy will be done. God's love was revealed to me on the very day my husband was murdered. On the afternoon of September 10th, I arrived at a Utah hospital to do the unthinkable, to look directly at my husband's murdered body.
Oh my God.
I saw the wound that ended his life. I felt everything you would expect to feel. I felt shock. I felt horror, a level of heartache that I didn't even know existed. But there was something else too. Even in death, I could see the man that I love. I saw the one single gray hair on the side of his head, which I never told him about. Now he knows. Sorry, baby, I'm telling you now, but never told him. Didn't want to. I also saw this. I also saw on his lips the faintest smile, and that told me something important. It revealed to me a great mercy from God in this tragedy. I saw that. It told me.
Maybe it's because I don't
Charlie
understand it,
didn't
but
suffer.
it kind of comes across as like a little scary to me.
Even the doctor told me something so instant that even if Charlie had been shot in the operating room itself, nothing could have been done. There was no pain, there was no fear, no agony. One moment, Charlie was doing what he loved, arguing and debating on campus, fighting for the gospel in front of a big crowd, and then he blinked.
Said she
And
felt
saw
war
his
when she knew he
Savior
got
in
shot.
paradise. All the heavenly mysteries were revealed to him. God's love continued to be revealed to me in the days that followed. The next day on the tarmac in Air Force 2, I confronted Usha Vance, precious woman. I held her hand and I told her, honestly, I do not know how I am going to get through this.
Confronted.
She told me something. She said, you know when you're on an airplane with your kids and it's the last 15 minutes of the flight And things are crazy. Kids are not cooperating, toys are flying everywhere, and everyone's screaming. And you think to yourself, I cannot wait for this flight to land. And it's 15 minutes before you land. He told me, you will get through these 15 minutes and the next 15 minutes after that. Usha, I don't think you realized it then, but those words were exactly what I needed to hear. Most of all, God's mercy and God's love have been revealed to me these past 10 days. After Charlie's assassination, we didn't see violence. We didn't see rioting. We didn't see revolution.
Bro,
instead, we saw what my husband...
This is the same principle behind like Israel supporters being like, see, when we do protests, it's peaceful. It's like, why would you even protest? You're getting everything you want. The government is yours. You're getting everything you want all the time. Even when the government is under the control of Democrats, the same systems of oppression are still very much intact.
We saw people pray for the first time since they were...
The one time where you didn't get what you wanted, you did January 6th. We know what that looked like. It happened. It doesn't make any sense when they're like, oh, we don't riot when
liked to
something
journal.
happens like this.
And I say this because he did it to remember important moments and sayings that affected him. One of the things he wrote in his journal was this: every time you make a decision, it puts a mark on your soul. To those of you out there who just made that decision and took the first step toward a spiritual life, I say thank you and welcome. One day I hope you look back and realize it was the most important decision of your life.
I don't think people are going to tune into Erica Kirk as aggressively as they did for Charlie, for the record.
All of you who are already believers, it is your job to shepherd these people. Do not take that lightly. Water the seed of their faith. Protect it and help it grow. Every day as Charlie rode into the office, he would go through his contact list. And I know there's many of you who were impacted by this. He would go through his contact list and send Bible verses for the day. He knew that faith was a habit. The more you live it, the more it grows. But know this too, seed has only just been planted. The enemy will tempt you the most in a time like this one. God will always be there for you, but you must choose to mark your soul again and again in the direction of Christ. Pray again. Read the Bible again. Go to church next Sunday and the Sunday after that, and break free from the temptations and shackles of this world. Being a follower of Christ is not easy. It's not supposed to be. Jesus said, if anyone would come after me, let him deny himself, take up his cross and follow me. He said he would be persecuted. He said we would be persecuted. And Charlie knew that and happily carried his cross all the way to the end. And I want all of you to know, Charlie died far too early. He was also ready to die. There was nothing he was putting off. There was nothing that was too hard or too painful, or nothing that he just felt like he didn't want to do it. He left this world without regrets. He did 100% of what he could every day. But I want you to know something. Charlie died with incomplete work, but not with unfinished business. I will miss him. I will miss him so much because our marriage and our family were beautiful. They still are. Greatest cause in Charlie's life was trying to revive the American family. When he spoke to young people, he was always eager to tell them about God's vision for marriage and how, if they could just dare to live it out, it would enrich every part of their life in the same way that it enriched ours. And someone once asked me, Charlie and I, how we kept our marriage so strong when he was busy traveling. And our little secret is love notes. Every Saturday, Charlie wrote one for me, and he never missed a Saturday.
This is kind of sad. I mean, this is sad for
And
sure.
in every single one of them, he'd tell me what his highlight was for the week, grateful he was for me and our babies. And always at the end, he would always end it with asking the most beautiful question. He'd always end it by asking, please let me know how I can better serve you as a husband. Charlie perfectly understood God's role for a Christian husband, a man who leads so that they can serve. To all the men watching around the world.
It's kind of wild that the entire thing, that brief moment is the only time where they talk about Charlie Kirk as a human being. Like a real personal experience with Charlie
strong
Kirk. That's
and
the
courageous
first
for
time,
your families.
bro. Everything else has been like all messaging discipline, Charlie Kirk deifying him and talking about how we have to literally continue the work of God, all this stuff.
Be the spiritual head of your home, but please be a leader worth following. Your wife is not your servant. Your wife is not your employee. Your wife is not your slave.
What?
She is your helper. You are not rivals. You are one flesh working together for the glory of God.
Gone woke. He literally said, submit to your husband, to Taylor Swift.
I was Charlie's confidant. I was his vault, his closest and most trusted advisor, his best friend. I poured into him and loved him so deeply, empowered him, because his love for me drove me to be a better wife. Every day he honored me, and I prayed that I could be the wife that God needed me to be for my husband. Women, I have a challenge for you too. Be virtuous. Our strength is found in God's design for our role. We are the guardians. We are the encouragers. We are the preservers. Guard your heart. Everything you do flows from it. And if you're a mother, please recognize that is the single most important ministry you have. In our home, because Charlie traveled a lot, we tried to travel with him where we could. I made sure that when Charlie returned from work, it was his sacred landing place, away from the worries of the world. I didn't make him feel guilty for being away too long or too much, or getting home too late. I always told him, home is here for you, and it'll be ready for you. And I made it into this place where he wanted to be as soon as possible when he was on the road. There was no keeping score between us. We were a team, working together for the same mission. I never wanted to be the one standing between Charlie and the task that God prepared for him, and set for him. I knew Charlie would always do his best to help me with the same. My marriage with Charlie was the best thing that ever happened to me. And I know it was the best thing that ever happened to him as well. He wanted everyone to experience that joy. And that's what's so beautiful about God's design for marriage, is that everyone can.
Except for gay people.
And I could talk endlessly about it, and years to come I will.
Let's be real, it's not for everybody.
But Charlie's mission above all was aimed directly at those who aren't married. He named his organization well. He knew things were not right with America, and especially with young people, and they needed a new direction. Really passionately wanted to reach and save the lost boys of the West. Young men who feel like they have no direction, no purpose, no faith, and no reason to live. The men wasting their lives on distractions, and the men consumed with resentment, anger, and hate. Charlie wanted to help them. He wanted them to have a home with Turning Point USA. And when he went onto campus, he was looking to show them a better path and a better life that was right there for the taking. He wanted to show them that. My husband, Charlie, he wanted to save young men just like the one who took his life. That young man. On the cross, our Savior said, Father, forgive them, for they not know what they do. That man, that young man, I forgive him.
God damn. Okay. Now it's Christian hours. Now it's 100% Christian hours, dude. That right there, that is real Christianity, 100%. I don't think you guys understand.
I forgive him because it was what Christ did and is what Charlie would do. The answer to hate is not hate. The answer we know from the gospel is love, and always love. Love for our enemies and love for those who persecute us. The world needs Turning Point USA. It needs a group that will point young people away from the path of misery and sin. It needs something that will lead people away from hell in this world and in the next. It needs young people pointed in the direction of truth and beauty. So I promise you today, every part of our work will become greater. I am tremendously honored to be the new CEO of Turning Point USA. I do not take that lightly. Charlie and I were united in purpose. His passion was my passion, and now his mission is my mission. Everything that Turning Point USA built through Charlie's vision and hard work, we will make 10 times greater through the power of his memory. Chapters will grow, thousands of new ones will be created. TP USA Faith will add thousands of new pastors and congregations. And yes, campus events will continue. And we will continue to hold debates and dialogue.
We're going to keep making XJW clip compilations. Is a crazy thing.
The First Amendment of our Constitution is the most human amendment. We're naturally talking beings, naturally believing beings. And the First Amendment protects our right to do both. No assassin will ever stop us from standing up to defend those rights, ever.
Is she talking about Donald Trump?
When you stop the conversation, when you stop the dialogue, this is what happens. When we lose the ability and the willingness to communicate, we get violence. And as I stand here now and I look at this beautiful photo of my husband in front of me, hanging in the stadium, I think of my husband 13 years ago. I hadn't met him yet. He was 18 years old and barely out of high school, running around the halls of the RNC without $1 in his pocket and a single contact in his phone. People who saw him said that he didn't know what he was doing, but he did. He did know what he was doing. He knew exactly what he was doing. He was going to change the world, and he did. Charlie's life was a turning point for this country. It was a miracle. Let that miracle, that was Charlie's life, be your turning point as well. Choose prayer, choose courage, beauty, choose adventure, choose family, choose a life of faith. Most importantly, choose Christ. I love you, Charlie, baby, and I will make you proud. God bless you all, and God bless America.
Koshin playing a role here, and I'm wondering if she's perhaps going off script in that role, if there is one. Surprisingly, this speech was the one that actually unironically humanized Charlie Kirk the most, talking about their like special relationship, and also even at different times like talking about how like a woman's place is not a servant or whatever. Like, it was performative Christianity, dude. No, for sure. But what's so crazy to me, at least, is like the performative Christianity that you get from all of the other figures wasn't even like this kind of performative Christianity. I personally think this kind of message is way more impactful in terms of like making people feel something than whatever the fuck JD Vance was doing. Like, even down to the I forgive him. That's like peak. That's peak Christian shit right there. Oh, here we go.
45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Yeah, you mean snitch on your coworkers isn't a good message? That's exactly what I'm saying. Exactly.
Just my children and my wife. Thank my lucky stars to be living here today.
Hell yeah. Love this song.
For freedom, and they can't take that away.
Love this song, man. An American, where at least I know I'm free.
And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land.
Oh, I cannot wait to hear what he had to say.
For America, for Charlie Kirk.
I could totally see Trump being kind of annoyed that Erica Kirk really fucking lit the room up. You know what I mean? Because he's a performer. He thinks about this. He thinks about all aspects of his life through the lens of a performance, right? You don't want to follow up a good comic. You know his ass feels upstaged. Because the reason why I brought up like the performative Christianity aspect, but like the way that Erica Kirk delivered that speech, is because it is going to be entirely different than the type of message that you would ever hear from Donald Trump. Humanization of Charlie Kirk, or like talking about forgiveness, talking about the importance of Christ in people's lives, like all that sort of stuff, especially with that message, is going to be the exact opposite of Mr. Double Dick Suck coming up there and talking about the fucking ballroom and Jimmy Kimmel and how he deserved to be fired. You know what I mean? Now he's like stuck in this predicament. Yeah, I totally can see him talking about how, I was shot too, but they didn't get me. Didn't get me. And not even sure if this many people would have showed up if they got me. That's how much we love Charlie, don't we, folks? I can see that. That's like, in his mind, he wants to make a fucking comparison between how he was shot at as well.
God bless the USA.
Well, I want to thank you very much, Lee. You've been there from the beginning with us, Lee, and we appreciate it. Nobody can sing that song like Lee Greenwood. Thank you very much, Lee, very much for being here. And his voice has not changed, Pretty amazing. And a special thank you to Erica, because today America is a nation in grief, a nation in shock, and a nation in mourning. Less than 2 weeks ago, our country was robbed of one of the brightest lights of our times, a giant of his generation, and above all, a devoted husband, father, son, Christian, and patriot. Charles James Kirk was heinously murdered by a radicalized, cold-blooded monster for speaking the truth that was in his heart. He was violently killed because he spoke for freedom and justice, for God and country, for reason and for common sense. He was assassinated because he lived bravely, he led boldly, and he argued brilliantly without apology. He did what was right for our nation. And so on that terrible day, September 10th, 2025, our greatest evangelist for American liberty became immortal. He's a martyr now for American freedom. I know I speak for everyone here today when I say that none of us will ever forget Charlie Kirk, and neither now will history. Because while Charlie has been reunited with his Creator in heaven, his voice on earth will echo through the generations, and his name will live forever in the eternal chronicle of America's greatest patriots. He will live forever. Charlie's incredible and beautiful widow, Erica, we know the weight of this monumental loss is almost unbearable. But even in the midst of heartache and pain too great to even fathom, you have somehow found the strength and deep faith to be a comfort to millions and millions of people. And thank you very much, Erica. Thank you very much.
Are we about to get another holiday? They might put it on Juneteenth just to do a double fuck you to black people. You know what I mean?
Today, an entire nation wraps its loving arms around you and your beautiful children. We
Charlie hated Juneteenth.
Your immense and overwhelming sorrow, and we vow that we will do everything we can to ensure that your children grow up in a land where their father is honored and revered as a great American hero. That's what he is. Charlie's parents, who lost their beloved son, and to the entire Kirk family, we know that no words can ever be enough to fill the void he leaves behind. That's a void that just can't be filled. But I hope the extraordinary outpouring of emotion over these past 11 days has comforted you with the knowledge that your son brought more good and love into this world in his 31 short years than most people, even very, very successful people, can bring in a lifetime. And as we can see so clearly today, America loved Charlie Kirk.
God, his heart is not in it at all, bro. It's so crazy.
And he could always draw a big crowd. Look at this today. Look at what's gone on. This is a big crowd. Here today we have the Vice President of the United States, J.D. Vance. We have the Speaker of the U.S. House of Representatives, Mike Johnson. We have countless members of the United States Senate, and I'm sorry I'm not going to introduce you, but I'll be up here. And likewise, the House of Representatives. They're all over this big stadium. This is not an arena, this is a stadium. Our great cabinet and this stadium packed with rafters of people, not to mention the one across the street that also has tens of thousands of people, and they're watching us on screen right now. I'm sorry we couldn't get you in. If anybody would like to give up your seat, please walk across this way. But this is like
what is going on?
An old-time revival, isn't it? An old-time revival.
Bro.
For millions of Americans, especially young people, it is agonizing and unthinkable
it
to
took
say
him 2 minutes to
goodbye
just start
to a patriot
rambling
whose
about
heart
crowd
still has so
sizes.
much
Oh
to
my
give.
God.
Oh, so much. Raised in the suburbs of Chicago, Charlie was filled with a patriotic spirit from his youth, and he was an all-American in everything he did. And one of the last things he said to me is, "Please, sir, save Chicago." We're going to do that. We're going to save Chicago from horrible crime.
Oh my God, in honor of Charlie Kirk, it's like we're invading Chicago with the military. Oh, there it is.
In high school,
time to tie it back
he
to the
was
fucking
the quarterback
policies.
of the football team and the captain of the basketball team. He was a good athlete. A lot of people don't know that about Charlie.
This is true, by the way.
He was an
He
Eagle
actually
Scout
had
who
buckets.
spent his school lunch breaks listening to another champion for liberty.
He was a fucking sniper,
Somebody
dude.
that he greatly admired.
Long range.
Rush Limbaugh.
He was tall, too.
But what was even more important to Charlie than politics and service was the choice he made in the 5th grade, which he called the most important decision of his life, to become a Christian and a follower of his Savior,
Stop blazing him.
Jesus
I'm
Christ.
not. Have you guys never seen the clip copies?
Inspired by faith and
He was
his
my
love
height,
of freedom,
and he had a
Charlie
fucking
did something
3-ball.
remarkable when he was just 18 years old, on the advice of a mentor who told him to put off going to college because he was doing so well. He devoted his life to
everything else is
converting
bad,
young
but
people
I'm just,
to
you know.
the conservative cause. How did he do?
I'll
Take a
show you
look.
guys
How did he
after.
do?
Would you have beaten him in basketball? Yes, I would have beat his ass. Don't be crazy.
2012, 2 days after graduating high school, and with just $1,800 in his pocket, the young man from Illinois,
I
who no
absolutely
one
would
had
have cooked
ever
him.
heard
Are you
of,
out of your mind? I'm so much stronger
started
than
an
he is.
organization
That's crazy.
whose grand ambitions were captured in its name, Turning Point USA. Great name.
Did you ever play
And I
against
have a
them?
feeling
No,
it's gonna be
I
bigger
never
and
played
better
basketball
than
against
ever
them.
before. Does that make sense? It's going to be
You would not
bigger
beat
and
Kirk in
better
basketball, be honest?
than ever
Bro!
before. Look at what's happening.
Yes, I would. Yo, you guys are crazy. I'm like, I have 100
12
pounds
years
on
ago,
him, bro.
Charlie walked
Are you
onto his
kidding me?
first college campus, the very liberal University of Wisconsin.
Oh
at
my God,
Madison.
y'all are
He
bitches.
set up a card table
oh
and
my
put
God,
up a
my chat
sign
is a
with
bunch of
3
bitches.
words.
Okay, dude.
Big government sucks. Can you believe that? That's
Oh,
Charlie.
yeah, yeah. That's Charlie.
That day, Charlie talked to every student who approached him, most of whom were probably quite a bit older than he was.
Radical
Finally, after
Antifa
many hours, he
student.
found the first ever Turning Point chapter leader. His first year out of high school, Charlie traveled 300 days raising money and taking his message to campuses all over the country. He lived out of his parents' basement, and they actually loved having him there. They loved Charlie. Everybody loved Charlie. And on the couches of friends and supporters, he lived off couches for 2 years, 3 years, then life started getting a little bit different. But he was always the same. For 5 years, he refused to take a paycheck, but day after day, he worked from 5 a.m. in the morning till 11 p.m. in the evening, always. His staff remembers that he wore Walmart jeans and T-shirts from the Goodwill store. Remember the Goodwill store? It wasn't easy, but Charlie wasn't in it for money at all, never has been. Money was never his thing. He was always in it for the mission. As he liked to say even back then, we have a country to save. Just what he did. He'd call me all the time, sir, we have a country to save. I said, Charlie, thanks very much for telling me that. I appreciate it. Charlie volunteered for my 2016 campaign and traveled the nation with my son Don and Eric. I got to know him very well and saw immediately that Charlie was actually a master builder of people. It was Charlie who first started
Is he making the
organizing
South
young
Park
black
joke?
conservatives hungry for support and leadership. It was Charlie who stood up for persecuted Christians and Jews on college campuses. It was Charlie who helped bring online censorship, free speech, and cancel culture to the fore of our political debate. He was right up there with me. It was Charlie who helped unite MAGA, and you know what MAHA is? That's right, Make America Healthy Again. And tomorrow we're going to have one of the biggest announcement, really medically, I think, in the history of our country. We're going to be
They're making
doing
vaccines
it with
illegal.
Bobby and Oz and all of the professionals. I think you're going to find it amazing.
Oh, you got the Charlie basketball
I think we
highlights?
found an answer to autism. How about that? Autism. Tomorrow we're going to be talking.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
In the
I'm
Oval
not wrong.
Office in the White House about autism. How
Oh
it
my
happens,
gosh.
so we won't let it happen anymore, and how to get at least somewhat better when you have it, so that parents can help their child, their beautiful child. That's a big one. I've been bugging everybody over there, get the answer to that. You know, 20 years ago, 1 in 10,000 were born with autism. 20 years ago. The most recent survey says 1 in 12. How bad is that? That's for young boys, baby boys, but also girls a little bit better. It's about 1 in 20. But we can't, because obviously there was something really wrong. And
Girl autism
we
mentioned.
think we know what that is. It's going to be, I think it's going to be one of the most important news conferences I'll ever have, and I look so forward to it. And you know who else looked forward to it? Because he knew. I'd tell him a little bit about what was going on. Was Charlie. He would have been front row center, believe me. We'll be missing him tomorrow. It was such a big deal for him, too. He brought together Donald Trump, Bobby Kennedy, right here in the great state of Arizona 1 year ago. Remember that? What a night, what a day that was. And it was Charlie who was among the first to speak to me about a man from Ohio.
Autism.
By the name of J.D. Vance. Have you ever heard of him? He's done a good job. But Charlie would often call me, sometimes the night before a big event, the other side of the country. And he'd ask me, he'd say, do you think you could come and speak at the event? The following day, right? I'd say, Charlie, I'm the president of the United States. You want me to travel 4 hours by plane? And you know, sometimes I did it. He was a very good guy. He was a very convincing guy. He didn't stop, but he would ask for things like that. Sir, could you be tomorrow in California?
Of course he's making it about himself, by the way. Of course.
He just wouldn't stop, and he succeeded. But I almost always went because you never wanted to let Charlie down. He worked so hard. You just didn't want to let him down. I felt guilty. He'd make me feel very guilty. As president, many people asked me for things, but Charlie was one of the few who always gave more than he took. He was a giver, much more than a taker. Big Charlie became, no one was too small for him to notice. He was good to everybody, didn't matter. Several years ago, a fourth grader asked Charlie to appear on his podcast, which was probably only watched by the parents of that fourth grader. And Charlie, who was actually pretty hot at the time, to be honest, he agreed, and the boy asked for advice. Charlie replied,
Once again, it's all about podcasts.
The left, I call it the radical left. I call it sometimes the radical left lunatics. But Charlie didn't say that. He called it the left. He was probably right, but I can't help it. I can't help it. So he said, the money in the world, but they could never outwork me. I will wake up as early as I need to, about himself. I will stay up as late as I need to, and I will never stop fighting for our country. And he did this until his dying breath. That's what he was doing. That's what he was doing. Think of it. Wow. What a horrible moment. I was in the Oval Office when I heard they came in, and it was like a surreal experience, a terrible, terrible. I had some very big people in the Oval Office, and I was in the midst of a very important conversation for our country. Big people, the biggest.
Oh my God,
And I said, you have to leave now. When they told me that, they told me in front of a group of very powerful people. I said, you have to leave now, right now, please. Right now, you have to leave, go. Determination and skill, Charlie Kirk built Turning Point from his humble beginnings, the beginnings that nobody believed could ever end up something like this, into a great movement and a juggernaut of American politics. And, you know, we have a massive stadium loaded up with people, but he got tremendous crowds before he had this kind of horrible news and before we had to hear what happened so terribly. He delivered more than 250 speeches a year at over universities, and that was a time when it was not really vogue to go to colleges and universities if you were a conservative. It really took great courage. And we used to talk, and I said, you know, I think they're much more conservative than we know, and he agreed, but it just wasn't something that was happening because the radical left would...
Bro, they make it seem like college campuses are like the Gaza Strip or something.
2,200 campuses and spoke at more than 1,000 churches. Launched a podcast and radio show that grew to an audience of 1 million Americans a day, one of the bigger shows on radio. And Charlie didn't just bring young people into the movement. All of a sudden, it started to grow by leaps and bounds. By 2024, we won more young people than any Republican candidate in the history of our country, including, for the first time, a majority of males under 30. Can you believe it? Remember when Republican presidential candidates would get 4%? No, we did unbelievably with young people.
Wait, what?
And he was a big, big factor. Unbelievable. But he made me work for it. Sir, you have to make a speech here. You have to make a speech there. But we did it, and we won.
Republicans getting young men by 4% would imply that young men would be a more reliable voting bloc for the Democratic Party than black women. We know that that is not the case, okay?
And Charlie helped us make it that.
Even 9% of black women vote for the Republican Party.
Charlie's message and his basic method never changed. It never really changed. He stayed the same person also. At every campus event, Charlie asked the people who disagreed with him to come forward, and instead of silencing them, he handed them a microphone and let them speak. And he'd convinced so many of them. It was a pretty amazing thing to watch, actually. Shortly before Charlie arrived on campus, the day he was assassinated, a staff member texted him that there were many critics and students who were opposed to his views, and rather strenuously in the crowd. And that actually made him feel good because he wanted to convince them. He understood. He really did. He understood what was right. And he was right about that. A lot of it was based on common sense, by the way. Charlie wrote back to the staff member saying, I'm not here to fight them. I want to know them and love them, and I want to reach them and try and lead them into a great way of life in our country. In that private moment on his dying day, we find truly was. He was a missionary with a noble spirit and a great, great purpose.
Oh.
He did not hate his opponents. He wanted the best for them. That's where I disagreed with Charlie. I hate my opponent, and I don't want the best for them. I'm sorry. I am sorry, Erica. But now Erica can talk to me and the whole group, and maybe they can convince me that that's not right, but I can't stand my opponent.
Oh my God, expected.
Charlie's angry. Looking down, he's angry at me now. He wasn't interested in demonizing anyone. He was interested in persuading everyone to the ideas and principles he believed were good, right, and true. Before each appearance, he prayed these words: God, use me for your will. Always said the same thing. Use me for your will. And that is exactly what God did. When you think, that's exactly what he did. The more success Charlie had, and he was getting more and more successful, the more dangerous his mission became. On campuses all over the country, his quest for open dialogue was met with menacing hate. There were bomb threats, pulled fire alarms, and countless rage-filled radicals who tried to shout him down. It was nasty. I used to say, Charlie, this is nasty stuff you're doing. At one event, police had to build barricades to protect students from an angry mob of thugs. Many of these people, by the way, are paid a lot of money to do this. They're agitators. They're paid agitators. Remember that?
There it is.
When you see they all have the same beautifully printed sign, every sign is identical, comes out of a top-level print shop.
Top level.
That's
One of
not
the
the
best
signs
print
that are
shops.
made in somebody's basement. Those are paid for by very bad people, and hopefully we're going to be finding out through the DOJ.
He's
who
talking
those
about
people are.
PSL, by the way.
At another college, Antifa terrorists shattered windows, threw rocks, and tried to storm the building where Charlie was speaking. It was a really bad one. Often dozens of police officers were needed to prevent left-wing violence. And the violence comes largely from the left. You don't hear that from too many people, do you? And virtually every day for years before he was murdered, Charlie received these horrible death threats. People don't know. I used to talk to him about it. He said, I got some threats. He always felt that when they actually made the threat, they were not the ones to worry about. The ones to worry about were the ones that don't make the threats. And I think you know what I mean. He knew the risk, but he and I shared a certain motto, never back down and never, ever surrender. Just don't surrender, never back down. He believed in it so strongly, so strongly. And he's right. He's totally right. The radicals and their allies in the media tried to silence Charlie for a simple reason, because he was winning, and he was winning big. He was taking over college campuses, colleges that had, in theory, only very liberal, or as they like to say, progressive. I call them liberal,
Oh my God.
but they like to call themselves, because such a beautiful word, progressive. They're the opposite of progressive, if you think about it. But they were nasty, and he would go into these colleges. All of a sudden, within 2 years, 3 years, they turned into bastions of conservatism. It was really quite amazing to see. They lied about him because they did not want you to listen to him or to learn from him, because what he was talking about and even preaching made so much sense. Everywhere he went, he won the debates, he won the hearts, he won the minds, and yes, he won the elections for people. He helped us, he helped other people. We won the biggest election in the history of our country, I believe. Most influential figures in the most important election in the history of our country. The election of, that beautiful day, November 5th, 2024. Do you remember that day? It was 9 months ago. What a day that was. I mean, we had a pretty good day in the first one. And I must tell you, on the second one, we had a phenomenal day. But a lot of bad things happened, and now that's not even questioned. They cheated like dogs, but we got them back, didn't we, huh? Got them back.
Bro,
But
what
we
the
owe
fuck?
Charlie a profound and eternal debt of gratitude now.
Every now and then he
Just
just
like
sneaks in like a couple lines about Charlie and then immediately takes it back to. Immediately goes back to a Trump
that has
rally.
the chance to attain a level like never before. Tariffs are making us rich again, richer than anybody ever thought was possible. The only one challenging them are people that hate our country or foreign countries that are paying a price, because they did the same thing to us for years. They took advantage of us, but we're making money. We're becoming richer and richer, and we're taking care of our people better and better when we do that. And we can take care of other countries better and better, but we're doing unbelievably well. The tariffs have really been a hold. The election was big. The tariffs, because of the election, came in. And remember, other nations do that to us. And Charlie understood that. He saw the money. He saw what was coming into our country, and we can use that for Medicare, Medicaid, Social Security, all of these things that we fight so hard for.
What?
And that's exactly what's happening. The numbers are incredible. When
Bro, we literally don't do that. And you're cutting Medicaid. You're cutting Medicaid by $800 billion.
Pretty early in the night, Charlie was live on camera In that moment, he was overcome with emotion. I've never seen him like this. He was so happy. For a long while, he said nothing. His eyes were filled with tears, and then he buried his face in his hands, and he started crying. That wasn't the Charlie I knew, but in thinking about it, it actually was the Charlie I knew, because he had a tremendous heart. He just wanted what was good for our country, and he saw us going in such a horrible direction. Lovingly, Eric, and this was so beautiful, Erica put a MAGA hat on to cover his bowed head. I like that very much. MAGA, we love. Does everybody love MAGA? Make America great again.
Oh my God.
When Joe Biden used to get up, remember the speeches? We will stop MAGA. We will stop
he's talking
MAGA.
about Joe Biden.
You know, you could
Bro,
barely
this
get the words
eulogy
out.
has
We will
turned.
stop. I said, can somebody
has completely
inform him that
gone off
MAGA
the
means
rails,
make
dude.
America great again. How do you say you're going to stop it? And Charlie understood that. When Charlie finally looked up and spoke, he smiled through the watery eyes and simply said, I am humbled by God's grace. That was his statement that night. I was watching him. I was very impressed, actually. It showed he had a big heart. Every single American should take a long, hard look at the twisted soul and dark spirit of anyone who would want to kill a young man as good as Charlie. To kill anybody, but to kill a man like this, he didn't deserve this. He didn't deserve this. Our country didn't deserve this. And anyone who would make excuses for it are just to their mind. Charlie's murder was not just an attack on one man or one movement. It was an attack on our entire nation. That was a horrible attack on the United States of America. It was an assault on our most sacred liberties and God-given rights. The gun was pointed at him, but the bullet was aimed at all of us. That bullet was aimed at every one of us. Indeed, Charlie was killed for expressing the very ideas that virtually everyone in this arena and most other places throughout our country deeply believed in. But the assassin failed in his quest because Charlie's message has not been silenced. It now
do you feel like, do you see the difference
and
in
better
tone?
and stronger than ever before, and it's not even close.
Once again,
and it's rare that
once again, interesting. No message has been revealed, by the way. Just vague gesturing towards Christianity and revival.
Just 2
What's his message? Why hasn't it been revealed?
weeks ago now, that may not help his friends and loved ones, of which there are so many. It may not help Erica and those beautiful children who have to suffer so horribly through this moment, but they know it's true. He's bigger now than ever before, and he's eternal. He's eternal. And I just want to say we love him. And he's looking down at us right now, and he's saying, wow, that's a great crowd.
Why are they calling the Man of Steel?
He's saying that's a great crowd.
They're lying about the 30-06 bullet
And it's a great
barely
crowd of
piercing
patriots.
his neck and stopping
But that's
without
why
an
I
exit
will
wound.
soon award Charlie the nation's highest civilian honor, the Presidential Medal of Freedom. It's the highest civilian honor. And we will do the ceremony at our beautiful White House in a very safe Washington, D.C., a place that Charlie truly revered. You know, we stopped the crime in Washington. Took 12 days. Now you can go to restaurants. You can walk down the middle of the street with your wife. You can have your wife walk alone down the middle of the street. She's going to be in good shape. What a difference. What a difference good management really makes. But it's, I'm so proud of that Washington, D.C. You know, it's one of the worst in the nation, in the world. And now it's considered a very safe city. I passed it yesterday. I went through it. And the lawns are good. It's like a different place. It's like the tents are gone, the threats are gone, the gangs aren't there. We got rid of, you know, we took out 1,500 career criminals, 1,500. If you have 3 career criminals, that can make a big difference. But I'm so proud of Washington, D.C., and now we're going into Memphis. And we'll get that one straightened out fast. And then we're going into some others, but we're going to go to Chicago, and we're going to have Charlie very much in mind when we go into Chicago. And we'll get that one straightened out. You have an incompetent governor who he thinks it's okay when 11 people get murdered over the weekend. He thinks you don't have any crime when 11 people get murdered and 28 people get shot.
For Charlie?
He says he's got crime. No, they don't have it under control, but we'll have it under control very quickly. So we're going to be doing that. And Charlie loved what we were doing. He was so proud of what happened.
I'm going to keep it $150. I don't know if they're going to be able to make amends like that, but maybe I'm wrong. I still think that they're so fucking narcissistic.
Charlie's killing has been arrested and charged with capital murder. God willing, he will receive the full and ultimate punishment for his horrific crime. It's a terrible thing. Because you can't let that happen. You can't let that happen. Can't let it happen to a country.
I think the juxtaposition between Erica Kirk's speech and Donald Trump's is pretty fucking significant. I'm going to keep pointing to that because Trump is so clearly all invested in himself. Even Erica was like still saying like, I'm going to continue Charlie's mission, things of that nature. Donald Trump can't even say that. He just keeps talking about himself. He just keeps talking about his enemies. And then he just will add on, Charlie loved it when I did this stuff over and over again.
Influencers and others in our society who greeted his assassination with sick approval, excuses, or even jubilation. You've heard that. So have I. Couldn't believe it.
He's coming
Some of the
after
very same
influencers.
people who spent the last 8 years trying to sit in moral judgment of anyone who disagreed with them about politics suddenly started cheering for a murder. Incredible. You know the names. They're major losers, by the way. That will be proven out in a short period of time. Some of the very people who call you a hater for using the wrong pronoun were filled with glee at the killing of a father with 2 beautiful young children. And the same commentators who this week are screaming fascism over a canceled late-night TV show where the anchor had no talent and no ratings, implying that Charlie Kirk deserved what happened to him. No side in American politics has a monopoly on disturbed or misguided people.
God.
But there's one part of our political community which believes they have a monopoly on truth, goodness, and virtue, and concludes they have also a monopoly on power, thought, and speech.
I love Donald Trump, Mr. President.
That's
I love you so much.
not happening anymore. We've turned that corner very quickly. Tragically, atrocities of this kind, and the kind that we saw in Utah, of all places, are the eventual consequence of that kind of thinking. If speech is violence, then some will conclude that violence is justified. And we're not going to let that be justified. The tradition of reason and open debate.
I don't know who he was talking about, but it certainly was not me. I was not.
Of our democracy. In many ways, it's the basis of our entire society. It's the right and inheritance of every free American, the greatest legacy of the Enlightenment, and among the most treasured achievements of civilization. We will defend it at all costs, and we will carry forward the torch of liberty that Charlie Kirk held so proud and so high. He was so proud, and he did hold that torch high. We will never, ever let it fail. We will never let it fail. But we're going to raise it higher than ever before. It's going to be raised, and this is the beginning. Perhaps it should be no surprise that Charlie, who spent his life speaking with the critics of these traditions, ultimately became convinced that we needed not just a political realignment, but also a spiritual reawakening. We did. And we have to bring back religion to America, because without borders, law and order, and religion, you really don't have a country anymore. We want religion brought back.
He's so right. Islam. I mean, fuck, Christianity. I'm Christian. And we want religion back. He's so right. I love my president.
Charlie would have been so pleased to hear his friends and colleagues today giving testimony and giving glory to God. Within minutes of the gunshot in Utah, millions of Americans, young and old, heard the news and dropped to their knees and started praying.
Glory, glory, hallelujah.
Even many who rarely prayed asked God for a miracle. Please, God, save Charlie.
Praise the Lord.
But although Charlie's time with us on earth has ended, those prayers for a miracle have already been answered. Look at what's happening. Look at what's happening.
Amen. Amen.
In the days since Charlie's death, we have seen how his legacy has touched so many millions around the world. In Calgary, Canada, thousands gathered at City Hall to sing the American national anthem and raise up posters with the name Charlie Kirk. In Seoul, South Korea, crowds gathered to wave American flags and shout, "We are for Charlie Kirk." His memory has been honored in the streets of Berlin, Warsaw, Vienna, Sydney, Madrid, London, Tel Aviv, and all over the world. So beautiful to watch. A man as far away as rural Australia texted a pastor, "I'm going to come to church tomorrow for the first time ever." The pastor asked, "Why is that?" The man replied, "Because of Charlie Kirk." Can you imagine? The lesson of Charlie's life is that you should never underestimate what one person can do with a good heart, a righteous cause, a cheerful spirit, and the will to fight, fight, fight. Have to fight. We're saving our country. Charlie's a big factor, such a big factor. Charlie Kirk started with only an idea to change minds on college campuses, and instead he ended up with a far greater achievement, changing history. He changed history. Today, Charlie Kirk rests in. He has gone from speaking on campuses in Wisconsin to kneeling at the throne of God, where he is right now.
Charlie would have wanted me to fight the Trent
We
Tifa.
grieve for the friend and leader that we have lost, but we go forward strengthened by his faith and bolstered by his courage and inspired by his example to defend the country he lived for the freedoms he died for, and the values in which he so deeply believed. He believed in values that we should all believe in. Charlie created something very special. It's called Turning Point USA. And under the leadership and love of Erica, it will become bigger and better and stronger than ever before. So, Charlie, we all want to thank you. We want to say a very loud God bless you, Charlie. God bless you for what you've done is incredible. And God bless Erica and the children. God bless the United States of America. And could I ask Erica, please come out. Erica, please come out. Thank you.
He's so bad at comforting people. And by that, I mean he's the best at comforting people. He is so good. My president, my awesome God. You are my Lord, my Savior, my Jesus Christ. Bro, I'm gonna keep it $150. When he said influencers, my asshole puckered a little bit. And then after saying like, oh, they were criticizing Charlie after his death, and then they turned around and keep saying, wait, what is that?
Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you very much, and good luck. God be with you. Thank you.
The I love you symbol. Oh my God, look at him. Isn't he so handsome and attractive and cool and definitely not a fascist? Bro, when he said the influencers thing and then also turned around and said like, and they're calling this country a fascist, you know who they are. He didn't mean, he was talking about other people, I think, because that's my takeaway from that. Yeah.
President Trump leaving the stage there in Glendale,
Stop
Arizona,
sucking Trump's cock,
concluding the
brother.
memorial service for Charlie Kirk, who was, of course, assassinated less than 2 weeks ago in Utah. His young widow, Erica Kirk, there alongside the president. That striking image of the two of them on stage as Erica Kirk looked for comfort from the commander-in-chief, with a notable slew of high-profile Republicans, conservative influencers, and many others turning out at that State Farm Stadium in Arizona to honor Kirk's life and legacy. I want to bring in our Garrett Hake, who is live for us inside the stadium. And Garrett, this memorial has been
a French streamer raided in, and the first thing they see is Hassan in a MAGA hat. Listen, man, I'm trying to save my ass here.
That message of forgiveness to the man suspected of killing
Raiders,
her
that hat is a bit, but also it's not a bit. We love Trump MAGA. Okay, listen to the French, to the French streamer and his fans that just came in to watch me. Understand that this is not a bit. I love MAGA. I'm a big MAGA fan, and I would like to not go to prison for being a Twitch streamer and all of the things that you might have heard beforehand about how I'm a leftist or whatever. I would never be a radical loony leftist. I am a radical loony rightist. That's right. I love Donald Trump, the president. Please do not arrest me, sir. I'm a big fan of all of your policies, including the tariffs, and especially the mass deportation. And I would like you to punish all of your political rivals. Not me, of course, because I am not one, but a defender. A real turning point for me, as well as everybody else.
The voices of his political opponents, thought the best of them and wanted the best for him. The president said, that's where Charlie Kirk and I disagree. I hate my political opponents. I don't want the best for them. Even then apologizing to Erica Kirk and suggesting perhaps she could be the one to change his mind. The president also previewing an announcement he plans to make tomorrow from the Oval Office about autism in America, suggesting that there might be evidence of causes for it that'll be presented tomorrow. So working through
Listen, they always say I was attacking the Democrats to make sure that you win the president, sir. And all of those liberals, they were right. That's what I was doing. That's what I was doing. That's right. A wonderful servant of God and country and Trump. More importantly than God and country, Trump. Trump is my master. I am his servant. The crowd sizes were so big, and they weren't even there for Charlie. They were there for you, sir. Clearly. Okay. You think we're safe, guys?
Here to the political landscape. Kirk pushed hard to rally young
Also,
conservatives.
oh my God, who could forget how much I love Israel, which is the most moral country in the world. More moral than America even. And much better, so much better. They're waging a holy war, and also a war that I like a lot, and definitely not a genocide. That's woke nonsense. I think we should give them even more billions. Take them from the Democrat-run cities and give them to Israel, please.
Goals of this event that you outlined, a memorial service for her husband, the father of their 2 children, and also political activation, a revival in the 19th century tent revival.
All right, I think we're good.
Meaning
I think
of
I
the
got
phrase,
it out.
right? Politically activating a lot of young people, the people who set up these campus chapters all around the country. I talked to a lot of those folks here today who wanted not just to memorialize Charlie Kirk, but to leave here with that sense of purpose for the work that they've been doing over the past several years and will be doing now going into the midterms.
You know, I want to ask our control room here, Garrett, to pull up some of the images that we have seen and collected over the course of the last several hours. Many members of the Trump
ready
cabinet
to say we're
lining
conservative,
the
so they
front
won't
row
arrest
there.
us? Yep.
The chief of staff for President Trump, a woman who is rarely seen publicly in this kind of setting, delivering an emotional speech, testifying to what Kirk did for the campaign. And then Elon Musk there in the skybox. You see him here with President Trump. The two have not had a public reunion in months, but you've already seen some of Kirk's friends talk
Bro, they're gonna, the chatters are saying this is what they were gonna unveil, which is so nutty. That like Tylenol is causing autism. Trump officials reportedly set to tie Tylenol to autism risk. Washington Post says announcement imminent despite guidelines showing drug is safe for pregnant women to take.
Powerful forces within the broader Big Tent conservative movement. You mentioned the front row here, that skybox included a number of elected officials from both chambers, the Speaker of the House attending, but not even on the Speaker's card here. And Susie Wiles, the Chief of Staff. Hallie, I've covered the Trump campaign.
Your viewership is gonna fall off tomorrow after they reverse autism. Yeah, they're gonna cure it. And then no one will watch me. I
In some ways, Kirk is a figure of the old evangelical Tea Party wing of the Republican Party, bringing in the Trump MAGA movement and that evangelical base together under one tent. In this case, an NFL stadium dome is exactly the reason that an organization like Turning Point exists.
High security there for that event, given the many notables in the room. And a packed stadium, right, Garrett? Pretty full for most of the day?
Yeah, that's right. Okay. The organizers said that the stadium in this configuration could fit about 65,000 people. They thought that overall in the 2 indoor venues, this and an overflow, they might reach as many as 95,000 attendees.
I'm going to stop
the
streaming when my autism is cured.
Almost as tight as that for a Super Bowl. One level below the highest designation that DHS gives, but certainly very visible, highly present security for attendees who had to get here, in many cases, as early as 5 o'clock in the morning if they had any hope of getting a parking space or a seat in this lower bowl.
Garrett Haake live for us there in Glendale inside the State Farm Stadium. Garrett, thank you very much for that. And with that, That wraps up our special coverage here of the memorial service for Charlie Kirk. We're going to have much more ahead on NBCNews.com and, of course, tomorrow morning on Today. I'm Hallie Jackson. Thank you for watching. Dateline is up next after this break.
As a journalist, I always raised my hand when news was breaking. You have to go in there to bring people closer to the story.
For NBC, I'm Tom Yamas.
And that's what we do every night.
The NBC News mobile app. Get connected to your favorite news shows. For the top stories, breaking news, and live video, download the NBC News mobile app now.
We grew up an NBC family. At the age of 15, I started working in newsrooms. I always raised my hand when news was breaking.
We're live tonight inside the disaster zone.
To connect with people.
Tom Yamas.
And that's what we do every night.
Hey, guys.
Okay. I want to see the influencer line again. Does anyone have a clip from that line specifically when he talks about like people who oppose? Because there were some highlights here, a lot of lowlights, a lot of highlights. He announced that he was going to cure autism or make autism illegal or some shit. I don't know. So that was weird. Yeah. What is this? And then he just will add on, Charlie loved it when I did this stuff over and over again.
Influencers and others in our society who greeted his assassination with sick approval, excuses, or even jubilation. You've heard that. So have I. Couldn't believe it.
He's coming
Some of the very
influencers.
same people who spent the last 8 years trying to sit in moral judgment of anyone who disagreed with them about politics suddenly started cheering for a murder. Incredible. You know the names. They're major losers, by the way. That will be proven out in a short period of time. Some of the very people who call you a hater for using the wrong pronoun were filled with glee at the killing of a father with 2 beautiful young children. And the same commentators who this week are screaming fascism over a canceled late-night TV show where the anchor had no talent and no ratings. Last week were implying that Charlie Kirk deserved what happened to him. No side in American politics has a monopoly on disturbed or misguided people.
God.
But there's one part of our political community which believes they have a monopoly on truth, goodness, and virtue, and concludes they have also...
No, he was not. He's not. He's just talking about Van Jones, I think. That's who he's talking about. That's who he's talking about. Everybody fucking calm down, okay? He's talking about some other people, I think. That's what this is. Musk told him your name. I hate my opponents. That was another insane moment. I mean, you didn't celebrate it anyways. What? Does that even matter? You think he gives a shit? I also don't fucking yell at people for pronouns or whatever either. None of it fucking matters. None of that matters. What? He's just going to claim it regardless. Every single thing he says is a lie. Yeah, he was talking about Miskiv and Destiny. Unc, you're not the only influence in the world. Exactly. That's what, I mean, I don't think that it's just directed in my direction. I think he was talking about like what he is going to do to commentary people, like whether it be people like Jimmy Kimmel all the way down to online content creators for sure. He said influencers and commentators. So I do think that while, you know, Elon Musk and Twitter has become a complete shithole that hyper focuses on whoever Elon has in the crosshairs, whether it be me or even Sex Pestiny, I'm sure that he just means like all these other people. Laura Loomer said your name is not unreasonable to think you're on the list. Okay, stop. I think you guys are exaggerating. It's not me. I'm sure it's it's a lot of people. When he said, you know the names, nobody knows my name, dude. What do you mean? I'm fucking washed up Andy, irrelevant. You guys are crazy. Stop. Get ready to learn Mandarin, little bro. Holy fuck. You think he was talking about Ugopnik? Yeah. Yesterday's stream title, Antifa CEO. I don't know. He was talking about Jason the Ween, I think. That's what he was talking about. He was talking about Cutie Cinderella. He was talking about the people over at Camp Peak. That's That's what I think. Or Austin show. Probably. That's radical socialist Connor eats pants. Okay. Check Twitter GG. What the fuck does check Twitter GG mean? Shut up. Anyway, that's cool. I wonder how he'll fix autism. I wonder what's in store from this wonderful administration. Seems great. Totally excited about all of the things. Okay. Read this funny and quick thing. Wait, what? My uncle the other day said he was a huge Charlie Kirk fan and was like, I love that picture of him at that table to the sign that says change my mind. And I opened my mouth to tell him that that was a completely different guy, but thought it's exactly the legacy Charlie Kirk deserves. Yep. It's just like an amorphous blob of guys who are constantly highlighting conservative grievances. Yeah. Asen posted the clip.
The Department of Justice is also investigating networks of radical left maniacs who fund, organize, fuel, and perpetrate political violence. And we think we know who many of them are. But law enforcement can only be the beginning of our response to Charlie's murder. Over the last 11 days, we have heard stories of commentators, influencers, and others in our society who greeted his assassination with sick approval, excuses, or even jubilation. You've heard that. So have I. Couldn't believe it. Some of the very same people who spent the last 8 years trying to sit in moral judgment of anyone who disagreed with them about politics suddenly started cheering for a murder. Incredible. You know the names. They're major losers, by the way. That will be proven out in a short period of time. Some of the very people who call you a hater for using the wrong pronoun were filled with glee at the killing of a father with 2 beautiful young children. And the same commentators who this week are screaming fascism over a canceled late-night TV show where the anchor had no talent and no ratings.
A lot of other people have said that too, guys. Come on. It could be anybody. He's probably talking about everything that he just described, including all the exaggerations and lies. He could mean anybody. Remember when he said influencers and commentators? He meant so many other people, I think. That's what I think he was. I'm listening to this and I don't think I think it's a lot of other people. I think it's a lot of other people. I don't know who they are, but can't be me because I have a Trump hat.
Last week, we're implying that Charlie Kirk deserved what happened to him. No side in American politics has a monopoly on disturbed or misguided people. But there's one part of our political community.
Do people think he's talking to you? I doubt he knows you. Yeah, I don't think he's talking to me. I think he's just like signaling what he's going to do to people like me. I don't think I'm on his mind. I don't think he knows who I am. I mean, a lot of prominent conservatives who do have his ear, including Elon Musk, obviously are talking about both myself and Sex Pestiny as well. But I just... You never celebrated as this? It doesn't matter, brother, sister, thempers. What do you mean? Of course, that doesn't fucking mean anything. You think these guys give a shit? Yeah, you know who else never celebrated Charlie Kirk's death? Jimmy Kimmel. Okay, did that matter? Nope.
Which believes they have a monopoly on truth, goodness, and virtue, and concludes they have also a monopoly on power, thought, and speech. Well, that's not happening anymore. We've turned that corner very quickly. Tragically, atrocities of this kind, and the kind that we saw in Utah, of all places, are the eventual consequence of that kind of thinking. If speech is violence, then some are bound to conclude that violence is justified to stop speech. And we're not going to let that be justified.
Yeah, it could be anybody. Could be anybody. What the fuck? I can't tweet for some reason. I don't know what that is. It's strange. I mean, the website is broken, so that's probably the reason. There's probably nothing significant about that. But yeah, wanted to also show this.
We are
once again another incredible moment from the okay, well, it's not letting me post it. Whatever. Another incredible moment from the Charlie Kirk eulogy was when he started talking about tariffs, which I think has to be the first time tariffs have ever been mentioned in the history of eulogies. I suspect that has never happened before and most likely will never happen again. Nah, I mentioned tariffs at my grandma's funeral, Azan. Wow, that's cool. Yeah.
Just like Charlie and Erica made Turning Point hot, we are looking at a country that has the chance to attain a level like never before. Tariffs are making us rich again, richer than anybody ever thought was possible. And the only one challenging them are people that hate our country or foreign countries that are paying a price, because they did the same thing to us for years. They took advantage of us, but we're making money, becoming richer and richer, and we're taking care of our people better and better when we do that. And we can take care of other countries better and better, but we're doing unbelievably well. The tariffs have really been a hold. The election was big, but the tariffs, because of the election, came in. And remember, other nations do that to us. And Charlie understood that. He saw
This is the funniest part, is that it's just his regular stump speech. And then he will just, like, after he's done bobbing and weaving, he'll just go, and Charlie understood that. And Charlie liked it. Charlie loved it. Charlie loved trade wars. He always said, Mr. President, I love your trade wars. That's what he told me. Wouldn't tell that to Erica, but just to me.
Money. He saw what was coming into our country, and we can use that for Medicare, Medicaid, Social Security, all of these things that we fight so hard for. And that's exactly what's happening. The numbers are incredible. When
All right, let's see what the fake news over at CNN is saying about this eulogy. And we'll also see what the real news, at Fox News is saying about the eulogy.
It feels, a little off key to be talking about this, but the fact is that you can see from the things that people were saying, not today, but other days, that the Republican Party sees this tragedy as also an opportunity to deal with a problem they have, which is that a lot of these young people who came out to vote for Donald Trump in the last election don't generally participate in midterm elections. And I think you're going to see him, used as an organized, this tragedy used as an organizing tool among some of those voters to try and bring them out. And, we'll see if it materializes that way, if it works. But clearly that, I think, is something that, if they're being honest, a lot of the Republican strategists are thinking.
All right, David Urban, David Axelrod, great to see you both. Thank you for your analysis. We appreciate it. And now to the third David Chalian. It is interesting because throughout the themes where this is a revival, and a lot of the speakers talked about how Charlie Kirk is now a martyr, that it's immortal. And it is true that before his death, a large swath of Americans didn't know who Charlie Kirk was. Now, likely, they do because of this. And the question is how his legacy will continue in the conservative movement, like he was talking about.
Yeah, I mean, right where David Axelrod left off, one immediate practical way that we'll be on the lookout to see if his legacy has continued impact on the movement, is just that, keeping those folks that he brought into the process, young people specifically, to see if they can remain engaged in the process. That if that does happen for conservatives, that will be a huge part of Charlie Kirk's legacy. I do like that you referenced, Pam, the revival piece of this, because you heard the vice president say in his remarks that he's never said Jesus Christ, invoked Jesus Christ publicly as much as he has in the last 2 weeks in his public life. I do think Charlie Kirk's faith and Erica Kirk's faith was so central. I think that probably more than anything else is what kept all of these speakers pretty much on the same page, because that was so hugely a part of who they were, how Charlie Kirk lived his life, how Erica Kirk lives hers. It's so fundamental to them. And so the coursing through of Christianity through all the remarks, I think, was a helpful organizing principle for everybody that was getting up there to speak today. And I think it's that is probably one of the greatest tributes to Charlie Kirk that was paid today, because I think that kept everything sort of on course.
And not just the way they lived their life, but also what he encouraged of other people.
Bro, what is happening? What is going on at CNN, man?
Bible verses.
Like, y'all don't have to do Christian nationalism, you know? Like, they're doing it, but you don't have to lean into it. You don't have to be like, yeah, and Christian nationalism is actually fucking awesome. Yeah, and this legacy is going to be great. Did Barry Weiss already buy out CNN alongside CBS? What the fuck's going on?
About religion in years, and it was because of Charlie Kirk. And I think, you know, going into this, if you talk to anyone who is close to,
they can't wait to turn into clothes too. Bro, ain't nobody in here is turning into clothes. Let's get real, okay?
That his
Damn, this guy's good.